hell for brother man. In every nation in the Caribbean, we suffering down in the Caribbean. And it's all because of stinking oppression, repressive education for a chosen few. So many brothers on the corner, cause no school to go, no work to do, crying sin kids, the crying Nevis, in Antigua, in Dominica, oppressors, leave we alone. Oppressors, come off the bone.
Share the live, share the live.
Colonialism went, oh that I know. But oppression never ever let we go. They granted independence few by few, but oppressors never ever left them to. With his imperialistic game plan, he monopolized the land. Now the people of the Caribbean ain't got much food, ain't got much land. The crying Binsha, Erie back in Grenada, in Jamaica, Trinidad, Guyana, oppressors, leave we alone. Oppressors, come off the bone.
Share the live, share the live.
The thing that hurt me most about oppression is the involvement of we politicians. You both, brother, to help fight oppression. Brother, get in there and join the bandwagon. You oppose the ruling party, you become an enemy, and you could swear to Jah Almighty. That's your destiny, your destiny. The crying NASA in Bermuda, in Aruba, Martinique, St. Lucia. Oppressors, leave we alone. Oppressors, come off the bone. Oppressors, leave we alone. Oppressors, come off the bone. Oppressors, leave we alone. Oppressors, come off we bone. Leave we alone. Come off we bone. Right. Oppression. Oppressors. 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 Oppressors.
The songs of my boy Beckett, song Oppression. Oppression is what really taking hold there in our region there in the Caribbean, and more so there in our sister island of Nevis, Queen City, Nevis. The oppressive behavior by Baby Brantley there, the interim premier. You can't ask him a question. You get cussed as a citizen. None of your business, you know. I'm DJ Morrishaw, and I'm coming to you live and direct from the Gaza here in the Boogie Down Bronx. Lovely Wednesday afternoon here in the Bronx. The temperature is in between there, not too hot and not too cold. Though we are speaking about upwards of the 60, 70 degrees, you're not feeling that kind of weather. It's very cool here today, this afternoon. But I'm back here. Sorry about last week. I could not be here with you last Wednesday. Had to take care of some business with the New York Cricket League. So that part of the business is taken care of. Now I'm back here with the people's business. St. Kitts Nevis. That is why I'm here, to speak about the business of the people. We're going to have a chat this evening with the newly elected second-term leader of the Nevis Reformation Party, aka the NRP, Sister Janice Daniel Hodge, should be joining me at the bottom of the hour there at 6:30. And we're going to be dropping our receipts, as you know, and do our thing. So, school calling, you know, for the folks out there who have been calling, asking me, where I'm at, I'm here. 6 o'clock is when I go live in the evening, not 5. So for those of you who were looking for me at 5 o'clock, my apologies, but I'm here now. So let me say good afternoon to some good folks out there in social media era that may be longing for some conversation about the happenings there in our Federation of St. Kitts Nevis. Good evening to Sister Gwyneth Morrishaw. How are you doing? Hope all is well. My mascot there, Sister Dorothy Allen. How about Sister Beverly Morrishaw? How are you doing? I want to big up my baby girl there. Baby girl, and I spoke last night. Says she's doing well. Looking forward to come and hang with Daddy. I want to big up my son there, the man Jeffroy Jr. there over in the LA area. He too gave me a call earlier, checking up on me, seeing how I'm doing and stuff like that. You know, a lot of things is taking place in the atmosphere, so everybody is checking in to see how I'm doing. I also want to big up Sister Jazz. Good afternoon, how are you doing? How about my sister there in Tortola, Esther Makish and the kids, the man Jeremy, Jordan, Sister Andrea, how are you doing? Good evening. Everything good with you? Also want to big up my brother there, Jean Paris and crew. Sister, what she call herself there? My dancing niece there, Chubby Paris. Hope all is well with you. All right. So let me pick up some folks online. Paul Francis, how you doing? Which part in the globe are you? Are you in St. Martin? Hope all is well on your end. Diane Flanders, how about Vicious Stapleton? How you doing? Diane Morton. Pretty face. Joyce. Everything good with you guys? Are you on the door? Good evening. How are you doing? Ingrid Farrell, Loretta Clark Queeley, how you doing? I want to big up my boy there. The man Carlisle Powell, I understand he was elected leader of the chairman of the NRP, over the weekend. Great job. I want to big up the man, Mr. Daly, and the boy, new boy there, Tulu. Hope all is well with you guys in the Nevis end there. I want to big up my boy Carbo. But the Carbo, don't forget to drop the info for your place there and the number in the chat. I'm looking forward to the next couple of weeks coming across to Carbos and hang with the guys there, having a good time, meet and greet, and having some dominoes. You know, I want to also big up Sister Joyce Byron. How are you doing? Good evening. Hope all is well. Sister Etlin Blyden, Etlin Cannoneer. Hope all is well with you in the VI. My favorite cousin there, Sister Natalie Carty. How are you doing? How is Sister Caroline Connor? Carty, how are you doing? Morrishaw, Saran, how are you doing? Good evening. Hope all is well. Delicious Nicholas, I saw you making a big speech there on Sunday. Great job, man. Great job. Hope all is well with you. Also, Gigi Williams, how are you doing? Everything good with you? My sister Lioness Charles, the party animal, how are you doing? Everything well? Also, a big up sister Naomi Ward. How are you doing? Naomi Bratcher there, my girl there, sister Rosita Pontin, Ione Mitchum. Mason, how about sister Hazel Claxton? Hope all is well with you. Ali, how are you doing? Belina Ali, how are you doing? Also, Lauren, Linquisha Dyer, how are you doing? Petrona Bellot, how are you doing? How is folks in the SM? Everything good on that end? How is your son and everybody there? St. Jane Lewis, Daily Jessica Lewis, hope all is well with you guys. I want to big up my uncle there, brother, Uncle Emmanuel Joseph there, the guy of his estate. I want to big up my brother there, the man, Alvin Ellie. How about Alvin Brown? I want to big up my boy Ivor Henry. Too much names to call this evening, man. We're lighting up here this evening. I want to big up my folks there in the Tobago area. Missionary Deborah Wallace, how are you doing? Hope all is well with you. How about the man Roger Wallace? How about Sister Gloria Beard there? How are you doing, ma? How is my boy Victor Beard, Sister Melissa and Co? How about Daniel and Chanel and the kids there? Everybody is okay? Well, everything is nice on the end, in our end here. We have a lot to talk about this evening. Not only talk about, we got our receipts. I want to big up my sister there, Sister Cicely Brown. How Pastor Brown doing? How is the family? Everything is good with you guys? Well, you know, when we get going, everything gonna drop, and you're gonna drop hard, eh? So we don't like to hear the truth, but the truth is what it is. The truth shall set you free. I realized that I had a little jogging around Facebook earlier this week, spreading some false narrative about the DJ and the Honorable Dr. Terence June, our good up Prime Minister. But that's all right. I will deal with that in due course. We are aware in this kind of business. Folks go on social media, and you might put in a 2-hour or 4-hour show, but they use a 30-second clip to make it sound like it's what not it is. But that's all right. That's cool. That is what life is about. I want to big up my boy, brother J.A. Dwyer Astafan. My boy, there's some kind of about the man Larry Vaughan, Ivor Henry. My brother there, the man Duncan Watley, Douglas Watley. Ira McMahon. Hope all is good with you guys. I'm going to drop this track here by my boy, La Tumba, you know, and this particular track, I have to drop it because I have a good friend there in the Houston area. I hope he's on. My brother there, brother Eustace Hendrickson, very positive figure, very positive fellow. Whenever we have a conversation, always leave me very uplifting no matter what is happening. So we're going to drop this track here by my boy, La Tumba, straight out of Africa, by way of Antigua St. Kitts. I just love this track.
Once I was in love, not with a woman, but I was in love with my country people back in Africa. We were one people of a rich continent where everybody in love and contentment. We were one people who knew no fear, for this was love. Yes, this was love. Then one day we had to leave For we were made slaves. Yes, we were made slaves. My country was conquered. My people were captured. My sister was raped. My mother was raped. Then these proud people from that land so far, which everybody now knows as Africa, we were made to join in the burning heat, in the sugar cane, in the cotton field.
Yeah, man. La Tumba.
We were trained and whipped when we were tired. When we were tired, there was no rest, only our sweat to quench our thirst and wounds when we hurt. Then these proud people who has been brought to shame, who has lost their country and have lost their name. Watch the old slave master, cool and hard, in a burning air. Yes, they made me hear. Papa stand up, Mama stand up, sister stand up, and brother stand up. We have got to unite, unite and fight. Fight to regain what is our birthright. And of the proud black brothers, some still in Africa, not liberated, still from the slave master. Where greed and hatred still dwell in the motherland. We're African, it's total liberation.
Oh yeah.
Set them free.
Free up the minds of our citizens. Sounds of my boy, the man La Tumba, speaking about our ancestors and where we're coming from there in Africa. We might be free from our shackles, but mentally they have us in chains on our brain. Some people that defend the wrong in government, defend the wrong in their family and their daily behaviors. We need to take a stock of ourselves. And we're going to dive right into that shortly, you know. But in an effort not to interrupt the program when Sister Janice Daniel joined me, because you guys know I have to hit some 2020 politics tonight. I mean, I haven't been here for a week. There's a lot that have happened and we have to hit them. Whether they like it or not, we have to deal with the topics. If we don't deal with the topics, these politicians that have been paid by taxpayers, they will not improve. So we must deal with the topics, whether they like it or not. But before we deal with those topics, I think it's only natural that this evening, we should deal directly with my boy there, Brother G.A. Dwyer Astafan's commentary for today, so that when we dive into the business, we stay with a steady pace. You know, we stay bowling center and off. I'm not bowling the leg side tonight. Center and off. I'm bowling steady. Center stump going away. I'm gonna bring back one or two if necessary, but we got to deal with the matters at hand. So let me try and see if I could find Brother Dwyer commentary for today, get that out of the way so that when we start pitching and a good length, everything just nice. So stand by for my brethren there, the man G.A. Dwyer Astafel.
Greetings. You may have heard some of this before, but I think it bears repeating. In 2006, while I was Minister of National Security, I presented a proposal to the Cabinet for government to raise $150 to $200 million by granting economic citizenships. The money would be used to build out our national security infrastructure, both physical and social. At the time, we were in great need of tradesmen and tradeswomen to build up our country to a new level. Also, by that time, we were already seeing evidence of a growing gang culture, violence and criminality, and we needed to do something about it. So I saw an opportunity to fix those needs by putting these young men and a few young women to work in jobs that would pay them fairly and provide them with hard and soft skills, which they could use to put money in their pockets, a roof over their heads, food on their family tables, without having to spend the rest of their lives sleeping with one eye open and walking and looking back. So in the build-out of our new national security apparatus, we would assign these youngsters to relevant construction sites where they would be given work. They would start out as apprentices and would be paid accordingly and work their way up to becoming certified tradesmen and tradeswomen. We would ensure their safe transportation to and from the work, offer them a healthy lunch, take a break during the afternoon when there would be interactive sessions, persons tutoring and mentoring them on formal and non-formal matters and on hard and soft skills. In short, during those breaks, we would help to repair them and build them up as persons, as citizens, build their self-confidence, build their social skills, courtesy levels, anger management, personal management, money management, and all of that good stuff. We would assure these youngsters also that if they stayed on the straight and narrow, we would provide them with house lots and financing to have their homes built. In the process, we would build out our national security apparatus, reduce crime, effect positive social transformation, create a large new group of tradesmen and tradeswomen who we needed for national development going forward, and put massive amounts of foreign direct capital into our economy. We remove the noose of despair and low self-esteem and replace it with a necklace of hope and opportunity. We take people out of a situation in which they had nothing to lose and help to usher them into a situation in which they had so much to gain. I thought it would be a win-win for the country. Before taking it to Cabinet, I bounced the idea off some wise elders and some high-level security persons, locally, regionally, and beyond. They all loved it. All of them except the Cabinet. I thought it would be a no-brainer in the Cabinet, but I was wrong. Cabinet wanted no part of it. They said it came across as the blatant selling of passports, and that was not the image they wanted to project for the country. Of course, that was not the real reason, but what could I do in the face of an orchestrated obstruction which came at probably a great loss to the country? I'll tell you more about this in my book, which I hope to publish before the end of this year, God willing. And I wonder what those former Cabinet members would think of the present CBI products that are on the market out there now. Anyway, today we are 17 years on, and I want to think we have a Cabinet that has more enlightenment than the one that I sat in 2006. So I'm bringing the same proposal to Dr. Drew and his team. The upcoming housing revolution is not the same as my proposal in 2006. However, it creates an opportunity for the administration to use its good offices to try to get as many of the persons on the Alternative Lifestyle Program, the STEP program, and PAP into these construction jobs and other jobs related to the housing revolution. These jobs, as I said, will not be just construction jobs. They'll appear all across the economy. So I'm asking Dr. Drew and his team to try to make this happen. Success would mean that a number of able-bodied people who might not be otherwise gainfully employed at the moment could be taken off public assistance and in a position now to fend for themselves, or at least reduce their dependency on public assistance. And that would bring great relief to the entire country and give the government much needed fiscal and economic breathing space. And remember, it's not just houses. What about hospitals, other health facilities, schools, sporting, community, and other government amenities, roads? One such project could be the new government complex up at Fort Thomas, housing all of the ministries with all of the ancillary facilities, 5-year project, work, training tradesmen and tradeswomen, and giving them opportunities. This would clear up much of Bastia if we went up to Fort Thomas and placed the government complex there. Clear up much of Bastia for commercial activity. And that sounds to me like more jobs. For parking, it would centralize much of government's activity up at the Fort Thomas area, cut costs massively, including the millions that are spent each year renting property. It would also help to open the door to a 30 to 50-year urban renewal and village program, which would create a new city and new communities designed to be architecturally and culturally pleasing and built to be smart and resilient. More jobs, more business opportunities, large, medium, and small, and more chances for the small man to become a big man. More excitement, a real revolution that can be triggered by the housing revolution that we are hearing about today. I hope this is an essential ingredient in the thinking of the Drew administration as it contemplates its housing revolution. I hope Dr. Drew and his team will broaden the scope to a true national level. This housing revolution can be the start of great things to come for the next 50 years by the grace of God. Just make sure that local value added is maximized and that our people are front row center when it comes to opportunity. Now, if there are any able-bodied youngsters who are not gainfully employed but are benefiting from a government assistance program and they refuse to work at these sites when offered, then in my opinion, they should be immediately taken off that program. No revolution can take place without work. And if it isn't our work, it isn't our revolution. Those who choose to work at these sites could receive assistance from the peace program, but a reduced amount, the net effect of which would be that if they work and learn a trade, they will continue to get at least what they were getting before, maybe more. And at these job sites, they would have to be punctual, industrious, peaceful, respectful, and diligent, or else they are taken off the job and off any government social safety net program. People have to get serious, and it can't be less and less of us having to produce more and more to sustain more and more people. When little boys in primary school are aspiring, and I use that word loosely, to become gangsters so they can get easy money, we have problems. Counseling and training in soft skills on the job site, just like the plan that I had 17 years ago, would be made available to them. They'd be paid as apprentices, and after they graduate, paid as full-fledged tradespersons. If they stay on the straight and narrow, guarantee them a house lot, which they will have to pay for, and guarantee them financing for a home, which they will also have to pay for. The entitlement and the dependency culture can be replaced by what is happening now and the potential that it has to transform the country physically and attitudinally. It is my belief that if a person whose life is accentuated by a sense of hopelessness, rejection, low self-esteem, and anxiety is given a chance, he or she is very likely to change for the better. So the housing revolution can be extended to a broader national revolution, infrastructure and other things, a social revolution, a human resource development revolution, an attitudinal revolution. This can lead to all of that. There is a poison that is affecting the hearts and souls of our young, and it is spreading up to the older and down to the younger. I told you about the kids in primary school. It used to be the exception, but between the 1980s and today, it has become the rule almost. We have shifted from morality to immorality to amorality. It is a poison of crudeness, insensitivity, selfishness, superficiality, irresponsibility, underproductivity, and what we call don't carishness. We have lost our values and our dignity. We have lost our way. All of these youngsters going around with guns, hurting each other, are a sign, a symptom of an illness from which we all suffer, not just them. And odd as you think this may be, let me repeat, the building revolution that Dr. Drew is talking about is an opportunity, indeed a responsibility for this country to recover its values and its dignity. And speaking of putting the country to work in so many different and good ways, I would humbly recommend to the government to make sure that all of those little truckers who went and bought trucks and can't get enough money to put gas in them, let them get work when these houses are to be built. The little caterers, give them an opportunity. The Basta High School demolition, let them get work in removing the debris. If you get a big contractor, he or she or it might have trucks, and so block out the small man. Make sure these deals are structured so that the small man gets his fair share. Remember, there are more small men than big men, and the small men and women provide more votes. And more importantly, they are our brothers and sisters, God's children. Blessed is he who considereth the poor. And the way that you treat the lowest amongst us is the way that you treat me. Consider this approach, Mr. Prime Minister, in all matters, and we will be fine. You will get your revolution. We will get our revolution, and we'll again command pride of place in the region. May it happen. Thank you.
Now, great commentary there, Brother Dwyer Astafan. And again, Dwyer is speaking it through his eyes. But I will give it to you from DJ Morrishaw eyes, firsthand. And I will take my time and give it to you until Sister Janice Daniel is ready to join me. Because, you know, I have listened to all of the way about this housing revolution and how much they cost and who's going to benefit and who's not going to benefit. But in the recent federal elections, you know, for the first time in history, I put on a red t-shirt and I walked through the streets of Dieppe with the Honorable Dr. Douglas and his team through the back alleys and the byways. And I actually see some people, one particular fella from St. Paul's, my village, the shed or the coop that he and his son lived in at the time. I don't know if he's still there. The sheep and the goats throughout St. Kitts and Nevis live in better condition than that. These guys don't have jobs. They don't have no means of going out there and getting bankable, as the new terminology they have now, to be bankable, to get one of these houses. So when they're talking about this revolution, this housing revolution, I would hope that people like Mr. Mishak, who was there with me, and the Honorable Prime Minister, former Prime Minister Douglas, and everyone who was walking through the streets of Dape. I hope when they're talking about this housing revolution and these 100,000 and 200,000 and whatever thousand to build these homes, they understand that there are people out there that need something more simpler than that. Just a roof over their head and some place to take a comfortable rest in a toilet, take a lovely shower. There are many people in the Federation of St. Kitts Nevis is in that situation throughout the islands that need that. But all I'm hearing is about who's smarter than who. Smart this and smart that. And I know we got to start somewhere, Mr. Prime Minister. I know we got to start somewhere. And like I said earlier today on Freedom FM, you guys are doing a fabulous job in a very short time. But you all need to communicate with the people on the street. I am communicating with the people on the street. When I sit at a domino table, I'm getting the real deal. Sitting down in an office in the city, expecting somebody to come to a town hall meeting, and a lot of these folks that need the help, they are too embarrassed to come into the general public and ask for this help. We have to go and reach them. Tap your screen and open your mic there, Sister Janice Daniel Hodge. And there's a lot of work to be done in our beloved Federation of St. Kitts Nevis, and we just have to continue doing those work. Good evening, Honorable. How are you doing?
I'm well, thank you. And how are you doing? Good evening.
And I am doing fine. I realize that you're sparkling today. Brand new.
Well, yes, that's the feeling after a convention, and lots of energy, lots of excitement, and re-energized to go forward for the rest of the time.
Well, I do not know about re-energize. I listened to your presentation at the convention, and that was energy. There's nothing real about that. That was pure energy. And I did not know you had that kind of energy in you. So I want to congratulate you on your restoration as the leader of the party. And I can see that the NRP have a lot of place going, not only now, but in the future with Sister Honorable Janice Daniel Hodge. So as usual, there are folks that come online weekly that may not know who is the Honorable Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge. So if you can sum it up in a little synopsis and let the people know who we are communicating with this evening.
Sure, thank you. So as mentioned, I'm Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge, Honorable, I keep forgetting that part. Recently elected to the Nevis Island Assembly, having won the St. James's constituency seat. I am the leader of the Nevis Reformation Party. By profession, I am an environmental consultant and advocate for the sustainable development goals. And the vision of the NRP, my vision is really to make Nevis a model island of sustainability. And we have a great team to work with. I have been really moved by compassion and moved by the lack of care and compassion that we're seeing by the existing CCM government. And really I'm someone who recognizes that more can be done, and I really could not sit still and not try my best to make a difference for more people on the island of Nevis. And so very fortunate, very happy to have had the support of the members and supporters of the NRP. It is not always an easy road. There are challenges, difference of opinions, etc. But I think overall, our mandate is really to provide the opportunity for the people of Nevis to enjoy life once again. And the best opportunity to do that would be to win the next election outright without any questions, so that the will of the people, like we say, can really be reflected in the government that is representing them.
I love that. I love that. And Honorable, there was a slate of candidates that was elected on Sunday. Could you give us the full slate, please?
Certainly. So I was reinstated as leader of the party. Deputy leader is Dr. Patricia Bartlett, the caretaker right now for constituency number 2, St. John's Parish. The second vice president is Ms. J.D. Keynes, caretaker for constituency 1, St. Paul's. The chairman of the new executive is Mr. Carla Powell. The deputy chairman is Mr. Stephen Hector. Our treasurer is Ms. Bernadette Lawrence. The party organizer is Mr. Ronald Powell. And of course, the executive will be comprised of members from the various constituency groups, as well as the youth arm and the women's arm. And so we will have some members of the executive returning. We will have some new members. And so we will expect some new ideas, fresh ideas, new perspectives. And the overall intent, of course, is to make the party much stronger and more of a, provide the best option for us to gain the seats of government in the next election.
Honorable, over the last couple of weeks, if not couple of months, there's been a lot of worry on social media and the local programming there in the Federation about the ills of what transpired prior, during, and after the elections of 2020, December 12, 2022. But which such a magnificent convention that was put together in a very short time, the speakers, the representatives, your powerful speech that you tried on there on Sunday. I want to know if I went to Africa or someplace out of our zone, because I'm not hearing nothing from the pundits them about the NRP convention. With something that was so successful as that and was done with such class and such lovely presentation. Why are they so quiet? Why are they talking about the good deed that you did or your team did?
Well, I don't know about the pundits. I mean, we're here in Nevis. Our focus is restoring, prosperity back to the people of Nevis. And we are aware that our mission really is to be, as our theme for the convention would have said, focused, resilient, and progressive. And I think we have demonstrated over the last couple of years that we have remained focused. We have not allowed ourselves to be distracted by a lot of what is going on out there. I mean, we have withstood a number of different challenges, and we continue to get stronger and stronger. And we certainly do have a vision for Nevis going forward, especially based on what the global situation is right now. When we look at the challenges with the climate crisis, the cost of doing business, the effects or the impacts of the war that is going on in Ukraine. And so when we look at the issues that we must be dealing with, I mean, some would see, some would not see, but I can tell you the people in Nevis, you can sense the frustration that they have to endure even another day under the CCM government. But we just ask them to be patient, stay focused, and at the next election, all of those people who did not come out to vote because they felt that, maybe because of the way that elections were run before, CCM found a way to win elections when they did not win. But, we lost the election by, a mere 23 votes. And so once people recognize that, NRP is really progressive and the future of Nevis, then for the next election, I'm certain that more people will be anxious to come out, because, when people say, if I realized it was going to be that close, I would have come out. because, there are a lot of people, some pundits who felt that NRP, where are we going? What are we going to do? But the people of Nevis on the ground who are feeling the hardships, feeling the challenges, when we speak to them and we explain, what has been happening and that there is a better way, then they recognize that it is time to give NRP the opportunity to take charge of the government once again.
I'm happy that you went on the road, Honorable. Now, we all know some of the main complaints that we had in the last, we can't say 7 years anymore because they was there for 7 years and the new Labour administration is in now, 9 months. So let's say just under 8 years. The complaints were in St. Kitts and in Nevis, the hospital's conditions, the healthcare condition, the economy, the water situation in pipes for people to have the basic needs to keep themselves fresh. That was a problem. For 7 years, that was a problem. We decided we have to get rid of them. That was the plan. But for some reason, the fragment of Baby Brantley and his team is still in Nevis. The Prime Minister was on Freedom FM earlier, and he was speaking about the condition in which his government met St. Kitts. And when the people of St. Kitts does not understand the cry of Nevis, that we have it better in St. Kitts than Nevis, because though we might have a water issue in Nevis, I understand whether last week or the week before, Nevis water was turned off island-wide completely for some hours. And at the end of the day, when they're telling you, don't cry out in Nevis for the wrong that's been done by Baby Brantley, but they're crying out in St. Kitts where they have more than what Nevis have. It reminds me of the days when people would step on your toe. And when you cry out, they say, what you're crying out for? This is a serious matter. So I'm going to play this clip here by the Prime Minister today. And let's have that conversation, because it appears as though Baby Brantley has mastered the art of misleading the people by pretending that projects is going on, roads have been built, hospital wing is gonna be in full effect, gonna open in 2022 December, and all of this stuff. And then once the election is over, he put the projects on pause until the next election. So I'm coming with my receipts, so just bear with me, because I have a lot of receipts this evening. All right? Okay. So stand by. Receipt 1.
I want to remind our people that what we found there was a development bank basically in shambles, a national bank suffering its first deficit, and for the first time in its history was not able to pay a dividend. We found hidden IMF reports. The report from 2018 was hidden from the people because it was not a very glowing report. The Prime Minister then was saying one thing and the IMF report was saying something else. When he was talking about surplus after surplus, the IMF report was actually recording deficits, and he was hiding it. He was hiding it. And so we understood. And then one of the first things I did is ask the IMF to release the report so that people can see that we are complying and that we are not a banana republic, but we are a country with laws, and we respect the rule of law. And also, we are a transparent country as well. We respect the principles of democracy. But that is what it showed. We also found that the water situation was horrendous. We know that in Keyon, people used to go days without water, sometimes weekends. We have curtailed that significantly. We have made sure that we are making sure that people get water at least once per day. We are now getting ready to drill in Keyon, which I'll talk about later. But we found that the hospital, the systems were down. You know that the hospitals, we had to change out and continue to change out a lot of the machinery, a lot of the systems, a lot of the operations, so that we can really accomplish an accredited hospital that had, and so where the hospital was, we are making sure that we continue on the path to make it a very good institution and to make healthcare, of course, very acceptable by our people as well, and of good quality.
Yeah, so Honorable, you listen to the Prime Minister speaking about St. Kitts. Baby Brantley and his team, those 3 federal ministers, that was a part of this federal cabinet for 17 years. And this is what was happening in St. Kitts. The cry was in Nevis. What's going to change? What have changed?
Well, as we recognize, what has been happening is that the conditions are just deteriorating more and more. What is troubling is that there is no plan as to the way forward. Now, when we look at St. Kitts, and we know that the Prime Minister, he is a medical, doctor, and so you can see the emphasis with regards to healthcare and all that has been done, because that you can see is his passion. And so when you hear him speak about centers of excellence, when you hear him speak about, getting the hospital accredited, these are benchmarks that, you would want to be able to work towards. And one can easily say, well, you spoke about centers of excellence, whether it's for renal conditions, it's for cancer, and not just in St. Kitts, but across the, OECS and CARICOM. When we look at Nevis and our healthcare facility here, I mean, like I said, we have really taken a devastating step backwards. It really has been a blow to the system. And we can hear the Prime Minister speak about how many dialysis units he has procured for the hospital in St. Kitts. What are you hearing about healthcare in Nevis? We have not, all we keep hearing is about a reason why the date for the delivery of the expansion must be pushed back. And interestingly, it is never the fault of the Premier or his administration. He finds some way to put the blame on somebody else. And so you're not really seeing any type of, development and anything to give the people hope. And so while he may not be, compassionate enough to know that people here in Nevis are struggling, and my colleague J.D. Keynes would have put out a post today that, when we look at the healthcare services, it's all of Nevis that really should be concerned. It is not a party thing. And when, folks who support CCM or folks who support NRP get ill, we all have to deal with the same conditions. And so what is being put in place? We're not seeing the improvements that are necessary. Meanwhile, you look over to St. Kitts and you could see, all of the progress that is made. The MRI machine is being made. And so I am of the view, we do not necessarily have the financial resources. We really have not done anything to bring any new revenues into Nevis. But I really do feel if we look at the geothermal project and understanding that, linkage with St. Kitts is going to be critical for geothermal to be realistic, a realistic undertaking. Well, we have spoken about the need to enhance communication, enhance transportation between the two islands. And so even if we look at our transportation plan and we want to say, well, as far as our healthcare in Nevis, it is struggling. The Premier has not demonstrated that he has an understanding of how to improve, the facilities and the services that we would have built up in Nevis have been allowed to fall off. Well, how about looking at strengthening the infrastructure for transportation between St. Kitts and Nevis? I mean, we spoke about a bridge, a physical bridge, where we have seen persons who, you get in a car accident in Nevis and you have to wait until the next day possibly before you could get to St. Kitts to even get any type of assessment done. And we look at, the issues with in hurricanes, we look at the impacts of climate change. And so where is the talk to say we're looking at geothermal? We would need to have supply over to St. Kitts in order to make the project, feasible, economically feasible. So why are we hearing talks about, maybe actually now is the time to put in a bridge? Not only would it be better for our healthcare services, but also for, energy distribution between the two islands, telecommunication between the two islands. And, the question and the concern must be, what is a priority for the Premier of Nevis?
Well, I can tell you there, you just asked a question, what is the priority for the Premier? Don't lose the trend of thought. But someone sent me something here via WhatsApp. And the Premier trends of thought are his most important mission is Facebook and to attack the NRP. Listen to this mindset of our Premier, Baby Brantley. Yesterday's posting on Facebook, NRP had 1 seat up to December 2022, then 2 in December 22, then 1 again in January 2023. What a planker. That is where the Premier mind is at. That is where his mind is at, not about doing the business of Nevis. And the funny thing is, Honorable, I do not know. I would hope that I'm wrong, because I normally sit down and rationalize things and pray that I'm wrong and it turn out to be correct. This geothermal thing that you are talking about in Nevis, the Premier used it to the best that he can every election cycle, knowing that he's not going to be able to bring it to fruition. So he tried to blame the farmer hog about not giving him a letter or writing a letter to whoever to get it done. So he was able to make a soft landing there with the people of Nevis who would believe him. And then in 2023, he was able to rest it in the hands of the federal cabinet, where he now will be left blameless if this project does not materialize. You guys paying attention with the play?
Well, he can't be left blameless, because we know the Charleston Accord that he campaigned so heavily on. That Charleston Accord had a provision to provide funding for geothermal development on Nevis. And from back then, when he sat on that and did not even bring it to the cabinet that he was a part of, now he has turned it over to the federal government. And I must say, recognizing where we are, recognizing that we need to be, have our own energy supply, and minimize our dependency on external fuel supply. They have recognized the need that geothermal is something that we must pursue. And so while he has not been able to bring or advance geothermal energy, he has now put it in the hands of the federal government, which I do feel that they would advance it, because they recognize the need to minimize their dependency on external energy supplies. But the question is, and I keep asking the question, how does this transition take place? Because we know that geothermal was being handled, by the NIA, and just recently, based on one of the bills that was submitted today to the NIA civil proceedings, it outlines, what Section 106 of the Constitution speaks to with regards to what Nevis has exclusive authority over. And so if Nevis has exclusive authority over our, natural resources, minerals, etc., what is the relationship? How is the geothermal being pursued by the federal government? And it is not that we are blaming the federal government, because if the federal government has to take responsibility to build the energy security in St. Kitts and Nevis, I do not have a problem with that. But I think the Premier has a responsibility to say, this is how it is going to be going forward. I don't think the federal government would feel good to know that we have such a resource here and they sat back and did nothing to advance it. But the Premier has a problem with regards to having had full control. And as I keep saying, the challenge that we're having right now with the negotiations for the airport is another example that the Premier prefers to try these private negotiations first. He tried it with geothermal for a number of years before ending up with the Caribbean Development Bank. And we know that the Caribbean Development Bank is an institution that deals with good governance, accountability, transparency. We have seen under the Caribbean Development Bank, we have heard the Premier speak about the bids, the number of bids that came in, because everyone has an opportunity to submit their bid based on a specific scope of work. We saw the Premier, when it comes to the airport, no bids. Somebody comes with an idea, he grabs it up and tries to negotiate a deal with a private investor. It did not work for geothermal, and he's going down the same road with the airport. And the problem that we have with that approach is that without doing the necessary assessments. Now, I listened to some of the commentary regarding the housing project in St. Kitts, and a lot of questions are being asked. And up to now, I cannot hear if assessment reports were done. I've seen some attempts to give answers. I've seen some attempts to say that the agreement would provide the protection. But without the public consultation, which it is, it's an integral part of any development, a project, with a public consultation, where you come and you present the project to the people, they can ask questions, and this is way before any agreement is signed. You may have a letter of intent. And so all of these issues would be ironed out. Now, do the people of St. Kitts want this option for housing right now? Or is there need for a different option based on where the greatest need is? The same thing that is happening in Nevis, but I'm not hearing all of the concern about how can the Premier be finalizing negotiations for development of the airport without any public consultation, without any input from the public, with a private investor. And the issues that are being raised in St. Kitts now, after an agreement has been signed. The last time we wrote, NRP wrote to the Premier regarding some transparency, some information about the airport, he responded and said when the negotiations are concluded, he would provide the public announcements. And we are saying, you cannot negotiate in a vacuum like that. And who is the negotiating team on behalf of the NIA? Because it certainly cannot be the Premier. I mean, how much does he know about airport and the services, that can be provided? And we are saying that the approach should be, you go through your island, you have your consultations, your town hall meetings. We would want to develop our airport. We put out a request so that we can find out what would be the best approach. Then we invite proposals, the same way that he's doing with the geothermal project now, that he's been forced to go down that road now. But here he has an opportunity to incorporate that transparency in the airport project, and he has not. Now, the agreement, the negotiations have not been concluded, to the best of my knowledge. But if the negotiations are concluded, then one must question, what is the scope of work? Who is responsible for what, right? But then the other issue is, I can recall when the concern was following the Ocean Reef Resorts judgment that Nevis had no juridical status. And that was a point raised at the time. How can the Premier be engaging in negotiations for development when there is this issue that must be addressed? And his response was that the Constitution had not changed and government after government operated the same way. What he didn't realize is that you had competent people running the affairs of Nevis. And so those matters never had to be addressed. And so even though he was at that point trying to say, well, Nevis was operating all along, it is because of his incompetence that you now have a bill in the federal parliament that speaks to the NIA and civil proceedings. And that bill, when enacted, the NIA can sue, but they can also be sued. And while there was never a need for such explicit legislation, I mean, we can't get the legislation yet for the fair share or those issues, right? But we can get the legislation for Nevis to be sued. I mean, yes, Nevis can sue also, but it all leads to the fact that the affairs of Nevis are not being managed in a competent way. And so the federal government is putting these measures in place. I don't necessarily want to say for its own safety, because the understanding was that, well, because of what was revealed, because of the action taken by the NIA with the Ocean Reef project, I guess the federal government probably said, whoa, we don't want to be involved in all of this, especially with a premier who does not know how to manage funds, who does not know how to negotiate, who does not know how to complete projects. And so here, on this good day in May, we have this bill, which is going to clarify the juridical status, but how does that really help us when we have a premier who does not understand, who wants to do all the negotiations by himself, but he does not have the necessary, you need to put your different teams in place who have the understanding in airport operations and procedures. Why we can't know how these negotiations are being handled? It's not just a strictly, the financial package that we're looking at. There are a number of issues that must be considered. And so while we're hearing the alarm and trinkets now that no information was shared, the people were not involved, is this the type of housing that we want? The people are still not bankable. All of these, if they were handled in the process that is in place, because there is a process in place in St. Kitts and Nevis for the development of the country. But when these processes are, bypassed for whatever reason, then we have these issues at the end. And you do not want to have these types of, turmoil and conflict in your country. You would want to know that the processes are in place. You carry out the necessary, proposals, tendering, all these things that are necessary. And then everybody can see, well, this is the reason why we are where we are, and it minimizes the confrontation. And so I suspect that this civil proceedings, NIA civil proceedings, it may have been an issue with regards to finalizing the negotiations for the airport. And this is something that NRP raised a very long time ago. How can you be negotiating when this is an issue up in the air? And so if this bill is now put in place to facilitate that particular negotiation, we really do have a big problem, because the premier cannot be negotiating by himself. We need to know the team that you have in place that can negotiate in the best interest of Nevis and not in the best interest of the few people around the table. And the challenge with these things, and it appears to have been a similar situation, if John Doe comes in and said, I want to do A, B, and C with your airport, do you just automatically go into bed with John Doe? Or do you provide the opportunity to vet these things? And so what we're seeing now with regards to what is happening in St. Kitts, I must say that you can see areas where, progress is being made. And like I said, because the Prime Minister is a medical doctor, you can see a lot of emphasis in healthcare. And I think that is going to be his, legacy with regards to his tenure in in government in St. Kitts and Nevis. Tell me what is going to be the legacy of the premier, because he's trying to do GSM, he can't get it done. He's trying to do the airport, he can't get it done. He's trying to do the Mondo track, he can't get it done. And so he's just in every little thing, but nothing substantial to show for the people of Nevis at the end of the day.
You know, if the people of Nevis would pay attention, they would realize that Baby Brantley showed them what he's capable of from the one. Growing up in St. Kitts, going to school or going to Sunday school and whatever, we used to run around the schoolyard and around the churchyard exercising. That was our track and field back then. And the Sunday school teacher or the teacher would say, on your mark, get set, go. This gentleman been on the mark for the longest. There is no get set and there is nothing going. Everything that it starts wrong and never finish anything. It used those projects as a gimmick during the election period, and once the election cycle is over, the projects go on pause. I mean, look right now where we are. I remember when I broke the story last year, when the building outside of the expansion ring at the hospital in Nevis was painted. I had one of my people on the ground to go there and get some pictures of the inside. And when I broke the story that you don't paint the outside of your house until you're ready to move in. When those pictures came back to me, not even tile was on the floor. The walls were still being broken down. But according to him during the campaign, the hospital was set to open in 2022. We have had multiple explanations as to why a hospital wing that was started in 2017, still today in 2023, you do not know the end date, the completion date. And you know what is so really sad? Is that when I speak to sensible people, university graduates, college graduates, about the situation, they find all kind of ways to justify what Baby Brantley is doing. I work in construction, 40 plus years I'm an electrician, I work in all the fields. I wire from AC to, in a hospital, I have to work in every department. I have to maintain every department. People might want to know where I get all of this knowledge. Once you work in the healthcare industry in a position as I did, as the lead electrician, you all call it foreman down there. You are responsible for everything, from the roof to the pump room in the basement where they pump the waste out. Because I'm pretty sure you're aware, up here in North America, we have our buildings 3 levels below ground. So all the waste that comes down from the various toilets and sinks goes to below the ground and have to be pumped back out after it got through the process to the street level. So we have a lot of things that we do, and I keep wondering, why is it that Baby Brantley is telling me that after an estimated cost of $19 million to complete a hospital wing in 24 months, why you're telling me 6 years later that you are still seeking advisors from the US to tell you what to do on the inside? 6 years after a job should have been completed in 24 months, and people are trying to defend that? Before you respond to me, I want you to hear this clip, because to my surprise, I thought people just messing with me when they send me these messages. I was told last week that the hospital work is on pause again. And I said, no, that cannot happen. But then someone brought it to my attention that it was mentioned on the big VON radio on the mark last week. So take a listen. The receipts for the people who might try to defend Baby Brantley. I want them to tell me why a hospital wing that should have been completed in 2019, in 2023 is still on pause. Take a listen.
Today, we had an update on our hospital project. I think many people would know that the hospital project has been on pause. It has been on pause because we've been trying to get some quantity surveys done on the interior work. Unfortunately, we would have partnered with a particular professional who has not yet produced, despite the timelines that had been given. And so today we discuss going into alternatives, because naturally we can't have one individual holding up an entire project. And so certainly I would hope that by my press conference, which I try to do monthly, I may have an additional update for you in terms of where we are on that particular project.
Now, he said you cannot have one individual holding up the project, but he's the one holding it up.
Well, you know, the problem started with the design of the expansion, because if you're going to design a building, you must know the intended use. You must know where you need to put your various outlets and these different sorts of things. And so I do not know how the building could have been designed, how it could have been approved and work started when all of this thing was not in place. And I have said before, our planning department here may not have all of the necessary expertise for the type of projects that they may have to approve. But I'm very well aware that they have relationships with other offices, whether it's in Barbados or Jamaica, where they can take the project, send it to where the expertise is, and have professional recommendations provided so that they can be guided. Because, you know, it's a small island, do not have all of the different scopes. You know, you may not have someone in the planning department who can review a hospital building and tell you, yes, it is fine. They may tell you what is before them is structurally sound, but is it fit for purpose? We may not have that expertise here. And the same way we're looking at different projects, but there are mechanisms in place where you can rely on some of your colleagues in the OECS and CARICOM to provide assistance in these areas. But when the Premier feels that he knows it all and he can do it all, you have a building design. And if it's going to be just reviewed for structural purposes, then, I mean, let's assume, when I go back to the impact assessment, when you have impact assessments done, because as a medical facility, you may want to know, what do you have in place to deal with the waste? What do you have in place to ensure that the radiation is confined to a particular area? You know, all of these different things have to be considered. And the experts who would do the drawings, who have experience in designing hospitals, they would come and they would make that presentation and they would tell you the design is the way that it is because of A, B, C, D, whatever standard requirements must be put in place in order to get certain certifications from different boards or anything. All of those must be looked at. And so if we started out with a shell, and a shell that is larger than the hospital, right? And this is, you know, the Premier would joke and say, whereas, you know, we're doing an expansion, but it's larger than the hospital. Well, we know that whoever the design is going to get paid based on the square footage of the building. And so you make the biggest building that you can come up with and get a big payment, but then the building is of no use. And if we took...
But Honorable, why am I not a loss, okay? I have sat in many boardrooms with many blueprints, hundreds of pages, because it all depends on the size of the property that you're building will determine the number of pages. And I understand, based on my investigation, that you did some work with property and procurement in the Virgin Islands. So I'm pretty sure you could understand the language I'm speaking. Before you even go into breaking the ground to build a building, the cover sheet of a plan tells you the scale, what scale you're using to do whatever you're doing, whether to run electric pipes, steel, whatever. You have to know your scale. You must be able to read the scale. Or you're using a 2/8 scale, a 1/4 inch scale, a 1/2 inch scale, a 1 inch scale, whatever you're using, you must know your scale. And then you're going to, like you said, what the purpose of building the property. You have to make sure that if you're building a one-bedroom house, what it entails. If you're building a recovery room, what you requires there. You need suction, you need gases, you need this, you need that. You're building a OR, you have a room for a dentist office. All of these things, you actually, as a matter of fact, you could go and Google. You can Google these things. So for me to hear that one of the ministers in the CCM is who is responsible for drawing these plans, and we've been going back and forth since 2021, asking questions, and all we're getting is a bunch of bull. He's a minister of government now. He have a responsibility to come to the people. Let the people know what went on and what's going on with that thing. Because you said that there should be recommendation. There was recommendation made, Honorable.
Yes, sir, yes. After the fact, but
take a listen. There's recommendations, and I have one right here. They said I got the real receipts, but tell them I have them in the attic in New York. Eh? Tell them in the attic where I'm in New York broadcasting. I got my receipts them here in an external drive. So take a listen to this advice.
This issue with the hospital, this is beyond comedy. This is beyond stupidity. I don't even know how to characterize this. First off, part of the planning process and the design process for a hospital involves or includes procurement of equipment. And of course, you're procuring your equipment based on the kind of services you will be offering or providing. Okay? And normally what happens is that you have what you call a hospital planner, which is separate to the designers, that really looks at the plan in consultation with the medical providers, the nurses, and you then contemplate the type of equipment that your facility will need. And of course, you start doing your costing for those equipment. There are so many vendors out there that sell medical equipment. And of course, you can negotiate your prices with those vendors. But again, I want to say to the Nevis public, this shows the incompetence of the CCM administration, and more specifically, Mark Brantley as the senior minister of health in Nevis. I mean, when I hear the clip, I think it's better if he had said nothing as opposed to saying this nonsensical stuff about the hospital and where they are. Now, it's amazing that he's now going to go over budget when he said that they hadn't used up all the monies yet. And now I am hearing on his clip that cost of goods went up, cost of construction went up, and all of that. What he has not said is probably the most profound thing, is that the hospital is a design disaster.
Sure.
That he has not said that. And that is the reason why we're having all these problems, and we will continue to have problems. I said on a previous call that Mark continues to lie to the people of Nevis. I don't know if you all are aware of the fact that when that hospital was designed, there was no HVAC system included in the design. None. Now, in a hospital, you would hear about infection control and airflow. It's so important. Okay? you have to have an HVAC. How do you design a hospital in 2023 without an HVAC system in place? Maybe Nevisions need to ask the great designer in Nevis who designed the hospital such a question. And I think to Carlisle that it is crucial and it is important that the designer be present at these press conferences so that he can answer questions pertaining to the design, because obviously the premier doesn't know based on his remarks and his responses. And Mark continues to fool the people, or let me say, make himself look a total fool, giving these kinds of explanations. When all of this, before you put one block in the ground, should have already been done and completed. This is what hospital planning, hospital design is all about. I was speaking, Carlisle, to some people who specialize in healthcare design and healthcare facilities. One of the companies I spoke with told me that when they're working on a hospital project, in her shop, in her studio, there are at least 25 designers working, all with different specialties, working on that particular project. 25. At least that. And here in Nevis, we have one person who doesn't know about healthcare, healthcare planning, healthcare design, designing a wing. And it's now 6 years plus. And you're getting all these ridiculous excuses when the fact of the matter is the hospital, what we have is not a hospital. What we have is some little building that was attached to the original building, calling it a hospital wing. Furthest thing from the truth. And it was never designed properly. It is not a hospital. And the recommendation was, and still is, that the entire building be broken down.
So, Honorable, the situation here, after listening to this gentleman, it takes me back to the many meetings I sat in during the pre-constructions, the pre-designs and everything. Because you have to have several pre-design meetings when you're designing. You have to have a floor plan, a pre-floor plan that you will make sure that your waistlines are in the right areas, because in a hospital, there are liquids that can contaminate other people. You don't want to cause contamination, so you cannot run certain drains into the regular drain lines. You have to send them into an area where they can be diluted and get treated and then divert back to the main sewer line. There are many things that need to be done. So when I listen to these things, basically, I get goosebumps. My hair stand up in my head. Because like I said, for 20-something years, I spent in boardrooms in Bronx Lebanon Hospital going through these things. Designing many clinics, ICU, recovery rooms, name it, emergency rooms. So to hear that these university graduates and lawyers, how they become tradesmen, how they become architects, how they can be designers of a hospital wing. And I'm going to let you respond, but after you respond, I want to play this clip by the Honorable AG. And I want to say to you, as the leader of the NRP and now sitting in the NIA, I don't think that the federal government will willingly go into investigating what's happening over at the Alexandra Hospital wing. Letters need to be written to the ombudsman, to the cabinet, and to wherever they have to go to make sure that this investigation take place, because federal funds was spent on this project. And as a result of that, our laws requires that there's oversight from the federal government.
Yeah, I agree. And basically what we have, I mean, if we want to look at it in medical terms, It's as if you have a general practitioner and you ask them to do neurosurgery, you know? And so you have a architect who, you know, can design a house, he can do general architectural work. But when it comes to the specifics, you cannot expect to have that same level of expertise just based on the knowledge of a general practitioner. And the issue with, you know, all of the challenges, and it is simply because the focus was not really on trying to deliver the expansion of the hospital. Because like I said, why would the expansion be twice as large as the existing hospital that is there? And if it is clear what the purpose, we say, okay, it's going to be a diagnostic center. So a diagnostic center, you're going to need diagnostic equipment.
All right.
And all of these things should have been taken into consideration. And so certainly, yes. Now, what I would say, and the letters have been, you know, drafted and ready to go. What I would say, I have heard the Premier say, Nevis money is Nevis money. We could do what we want to do with it, right? I know that monies that come over the budgetary support in that regard, I still feel that there must be accountability for these monies. How are they used? How are they spent? We cannot just receive these monies, even though it is our percentages, our portion of the federal receipts. Even if not to report to someone, because I really do not advocate that, but we must be able to keep proper accounting to demonstrate how these funds are being used. Now, in the instance where you get special and additional allocations to deal with certain matters, then of course the federal government must, you know, come into play. It is no different than the police station, the Newcastle police station. Security is under the ambit of the federal government. And so when those federal funds were being spent, the NIA is going to take a loan to do a federal project in Nevis, because I guess the federal government was not moving fast enough at the time. And so all of these different comminglings and things like that. Why the money that the federal government sent could not complete the police station? And to this day, it's still not fit for purpose, because the fire station cannot, I mean, the fire tender cannot fit into the space that was provided. And so it's not a one-off situation where funds are mismanaged. I mean, you look at the Holy Water Taxi Pier, you never see a vehicle drive down there to offload and unload, because of what? The way that it was designed and what was behind the design that was presented. And so it's just a simple situation of, I said, don't care. The intent is not to provide better services for the people, but to find means and ways to make a few persons, you know, better off than they are right now.
Honorable, as you're aware, there has been many bills that has brought to Parliament since the new Labour administration took over government. And I understand there's going to be a few more coming tomorrow. I am not sure what bills are there available and ready for the good governance agenda to deal with this matter. But what I am saying to you, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and the people who and I have been having conversations over the last couple of months. If things are not in place on paper in Parliament, whether in the NIA or at a federal level, then we need to try these cases in the general public. We have enough sensible people in the general public to put pressure on the federal cabinet and the federal government to talk whatever need to be spoken amongst themselves, speak to the opposition leaders, including yourself of the NRP, to tell us where the public money gone. These are taxpayers' money.
Mhm.
These are not two friends that is lending each other some money, and at the end of the day, the money disappears. The Prime Minister spoke about the 20 million that went in the wind from Development Bank amongst everything else. And as he said today, again, the investigation will take its course. Well, we want the investigation into this monies, this delay, this, I don't know what kind of design to call it, because it's clear to me that based on what I am hearing, that was not a hospital that was designed. It was a building that was put down with three or four walls, and later on, they're going to decide what they're going to put in there. It might have been a dance floor. It might have been a cafeteria. I do not know. But one thing I sure it was not, based on the information coming out of Baby Brantley's mouth, it was not a hospital wing. Because if it was, the design that is required, the drafting plans for the building should have taken place before you even break a ground. You're supposed to know what you're putting in the ground when you break it.
Yeah, well, you see, and the reason why I keep saying, the reason why there is, all of this secrecy is because it is very difficult to hold someone accountable for delivering something that they did not tell you they're going to deliver. And so if they do not provide any models or any schematics of what the final design is going to be, they could change it 1,000,000 times. And we still cannot say, well, this is not what you presented to us. And this is the challenge that we have. And when we speak about the need to, do master plans so that you can clearly see what is phase 1 or phase 2 or phase 3, they're very aware of what they're doing. And so you have no idea what the final product is supposed to look like. And so you cannot say, well, you said you were going to have a 4-story building and you only have a 2-story building. And so when you have a budget for a 4-story building, but the public does not see a 4-story building, and you deliver a 2-story building and say, well, that is the product, how are you going to question what has happened?
Can I ask you a question, Honorable Nat? I'm sorry to disturb you. We had a junior minister with the CCM back in 2017 when this project started, in Miss Hazel Brandy Williams.
Mhm.
She was the Minister of Health.
Correct, yes.
Shouldn't it be expected that the Minister of Health that is supposed to be looking at a project would have seen the plans that was drafted for this facility prior to breaking ground? Wouldn't that be expected?
I'm not sure how they were running the government, because some technicalities maybe the minister may not be aware, but the permanent secretary at least.
Okay, the permanent secretary, shouldn't someone who is releasing these funds at the stages, because I had to deal with some construction in the Federation, so I have a pretty good understanding that when you're building a house or a property or whatever, you pay the contractor a deposit to do whatever. When you get to a certain level, you get your money as you go along. But in order to do all of that, you must have a plan and know what you're doing. So my question is, our ombudsman that is now on the job in St. Kitts Nevis, has he been put to work in this regard as yet?
He has not been put to work yet, but he would be put to work fairly soon, because there are some parameters within which the ombudsman can address matters, and there's a certain time frame. You cannot go beyond a certain time frame, so it has to be relatively recent what the issues are. And so we are aware of the conflicting budget reports. And so it would have to be from that angle, because as you delve in and you're putting all the information together, and you ask questions, you recognize that it's not, it's not a straightforward situation. What I think it would be useful when the budget of 19 million was developed, the actual scope of work or the plan, how did they arrive at 19 million?
That is the question. That's what we'd like to know.
Yes, so that would be outside the scope, but there are other mechanisms that we are looking at to get to the bottom of that. Because even if in the scope of work that goes with the budget, because I mean, you're not going to just pull a budget out of thin air. There must be something attached to justify the budget, even for the funds to be released. And as you speak about even building a house and you go to the bank, you would need to be able to demonstrate, well, okay, I'm at foundation level, I'm at ring beam level, the roof is going on, based on how the funds are to be released. But in this situation, there is no basis. I mean, it's just a matter of you build, you knock down, and so who is responsible really at the end of the day? Because we know in large projects like these that can have cost overruns, you oftentimes would have a penalty clause where the contractor who is responsible for delivering the project completed, if you are supposed to deliver the project in 2 years, then 25 months, okay, maybe you have a grace period for certain things, but certainly you cannot continue for 4 or 5 years without penalties to the contractor. So again, it would be, was this a gentleman's deal? These are the things that are really troubling.
Honorable, there are some things that I'm hearing through the grapevine, and I try not to deal with the grapevine too much. I like to get to the bottom of things before I say certain things, right? But I met Mr. Brand for the first time. I saw him here in New York at the meeting last November that CCM had in the Bronx. And I only could say what I saw. A respectable gentleman, and we say hi and whatever the case might be. He don't look to me like a dumb person, right? And I would want to believe if this man has the ability in the past where he did work, architectural work to build a house, a simple house, a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom house. He have enough knowledge to know what is required to build an emergency room or a hospital. So I would like to hear his side of the story, I am anxious to hear his side of the story because there's more to this. There's more to this than what we are seeing on the surface. And this is why, let me play this clip because I want you to understand where I'm going. The federal cabinet, the federal government, the prime minister, the legal service, whatever they got to do, this project, that hospital wing, must be investigated. And I would hope that some actions start before I arrive into St. Kitts next month, because I'm feeling the urge to have a demonstration in Charleston. I'm feeling the urge. And if something is not done, Janice, you might get upset with me when I bring my team to Charleston. Because I'm not going to leave the Federation without some answers about this hospital. So if the people of Nevis free to walk, Morrishaw will have to walk by himself. I'm coming down there next month and I'm sending it straight to you all. I need to get some answers about what's happening at that hospital wing. So whoever have the keys for up there, I am looking forward to get a visit. Stand by for this clip.
I also want to take this opportunity, if I can, Prime Minister. I hear a lot of chat about procurement. And I think it's important for the people of this country to understand what procurement is. In 2012, there was a Procurement Act passed. Procurement covers 3 things: goods purchased with treasury money. And when I say treasury money, I mean that's the people's money. Services that are purchased with the people's money. And construction, which is paid for by the people's money. This agreement with East Coast has none of those three elements. It is not a matter of procurement. It is a matter between NHC, which is a statutory corporation, and East Coast, and individual homeowners. There is no government money, no treasury money that is being paid out for there to be procurement issues. And I find it strange that persons who were in government in the past and should have a great understanding, because I can tell you, the people at this table, we probably hear Procurement Act more than anything else in our offices. I'll give you an example. The office wanted, and my PS is here so she could confirm, the fridge when I got into the office, the mini fridge, was not working. So the office had to procure a mini fridge. In order to procure the mini fridge, the office had to seek to get a quote from TDC, a quote from Hosford, a quote from somewhere else, review the quotes, and then choose an option. And the whole point of that process is to ensure that treasury money, the people's money, is being spent in the best way. That is how procurement works. So when, for example, the government wishes to build a training school for the police, the government then, the structure under the Procurement Act, sends out tenders and saying, these are the plans for the police training school. We want we're sending out a tender for contractors to submit how much it will cost for them to construct this building. When government money is being spent, that's how the process works. So then the tenders come in and the procurement board meets and they determine which contractor they're choosing to go with to build this building. That is how procurement works. This structure is not that type of structure. It is not taxpayers' money that is going. It is individuals who are buying these homes. NHC, who is not subject to the Procurement Act, who is facilitating these homes being built. And it just surprises me that there's references to Bastille High. Actually, I find it absurd, the comparison, because the Bastille High, whereby I think $21 million has been paid out to date by the people of this country. Not a thing is over there. What you said, to move dirt, Prime Minister?
Move dirt.
Manage dirt. That was treasury money being paid out. No procurement. And the same people who facilitated and supervised that are the persons making noise about this project, which has nothing to do with procurement. And unfortunately, that's the society we live in. People like to make noise without knowing the facts. And that is why we come here in these meetings, to give everyone the facts. And I would hope that once everyone leaves here, they'll go to the housing fair so they could get even more facts. Because we're going to go there. Because the only way we can progress as a people is to start making decisions and start thinking in relation to facts and not emotion, not sensationalism, not political maneuvering and propaganda, but being a people who try to get the facts before they come in.
So, Honorable, this is our AG, Minister of Justice, speaking to the procurement responsibilities. I think we have heard the former Hag speaking about how much million he sent across to Nevis, additional funds to assist with the hospital, the police station where you can park the fire truck in the fire station and these things. So I think, as I said earlier, I don't see the federal government venturing across to Nevis to volunteer their services to investigate anything. It will take the opposition to light the fire. And the people have to be sensitized and encouraged in that way, because I know the people of Nevis are fed up. I am pretty sure the people of Nevis are fed up. But if the people are fed up and they're going to just sit down in the yard and eat mango because it's mango season, jump up for Culturama because it's a festive time, and forget about all these damage and all these monies that cannot be accounted for, then Nevis is in a sad place.
Well, I mean, you know, there are issues, there are concerns. The matters are being looked at. People are aware of what the concerns are. And, you know, as you are aware, the processes that must be employed to address these matters are being employed. It is not a situation where, you know, people are not paying attention. And so, like I said, when we look at certain matters, no, you know, it's interesting the way that the Procurement Act is structured, because just based on what I've listened there, taxpayers' money and CBI money, you know, those are two different pots of money, so to speak. But, you know, that level of dissection is really outside of my scope. But certainly the issues that we are suffering from, the lack of the services that we should have had access to for the last, you know, 3 years, 4 years, you know, people are suffering. And, you know, when we look at the healthcare system and how far we have regressed in that regard, you know, I wonder if, for example, we see the strides that have been made in you know, healthcare services in St. Kitts. If you have, you know, 30 plus dialysis equipment, you have the technical expertise there. And we have a number of patients who must travel over to St. Kitts to have dialysis treatment. I'm just wondering if any discussion is being had about maybe even sending 2 or 3 of those machines over to Nevis, provide the training, and that would be a help to our people. And that is, you know, that is how we really look at, you know, the struggles that we're having. How can we alleviate those struggles? We really cannot sit back in Nevis because we're afraid we may not get our, you know, budgetary support. And that, I mean, when we ask for fair share, we demand for fair share, the whole country was destabilized because of fair share. And when we sit back and see what is happening, and our people are still struggling the same way, you know, these are the things where we really must do what is necessary to make life better for the people of Nevis. And so I would take this opportunity to begin the discussion regarding some sort of equitable assistance when it comes to the healthcare services over here. Notwithstanding, if the dialysis equipment maybe were to be, you know, housed in the wing that is non-existent, but we had a nice setup. But the CT scan came, it's in a trailer out in the, you know, out in the parking lot, and it's just unfortunate. But in the meantime, I think of those people who must go over to St. Kitts sometimes 3 times a week, whether it's rough seas or calm, you know, waters, they have to make that trip over. And when you know, all of these discussions that we had taking place about the affairs of Nevis, you know, we must be able to feel, you know, some of the impact of those discussions. And I think based on what we are seeing, I think that might be at least a first step to say, well, you know, St. Kitts got 30 dialysis, at least we have 2 or 3 over here that could save how many of our persons from having to make that trip on a daily basis. And so, you know, we continue to look and to provide suggestions, the avenues for dialogue to see how these things can be done. We know the politics operate here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Next thing you're going to hear that he's in discussions with the Prime Minister. But if you're in discussions, come and tell the people what these discussions are. The photo ops to sit down around a coffee table, you know, with a pad, and you come back. I mean, I must say, I must commend the Prime Minister for every time he travels and he come back and he can give a report, you know. I can recall when he went to Taiwan, he came back and he spoke about the discussions. and the type of equipment that he might be able to get. And wherever he goes, he's looking for something. And you know, I heard him quite excited about the blue bonds. And I mean, we have a wealth of information about blue bonds. Back in 2018, we already obtained cabinet approval for some of the mechanisms that needed to be put in place. And these are the things that we really can, you know, advance to change the economy. So you hear something new each time the Prime Minister comes back, not excuses. I mean, some may take a little time to roll out, but you know, you're hearing that there is some benefit to the country from these trips, you know.
I understand that, you know, Honorable, but I know there's so much to deal with that your guys' hands are full and you got to look at the immediate effect that is affecting people. I heard you loud and clear, but I cannot run away from the 24-month project at the Alexandria Wing that is now 6 years old. I am saying that we have people, we have skillful people. I can say to you, I am one of those persons that can look at those plans and recommend whether there can be some kind of saving to this piece of property or not. Stop misleading the people. Stop bullshitting the people. I know you don't want to have the power in your hand to deal with that. But we, the people, the general public, Nevision and Petition at home and abroad, we need to demand answers on this project. And I'm going to give you a chance to go and drink something because I know you've been with me for a bit now and you might be a bit thirsty. So I'm going to drop this track here, you know, because I have one of my partners. I hope he's listening to the program. He always talked to me about parables and growing up in St. Kitts and Nevis and the things that they used to say. Maybe you might be able to relate to this song. And when you come back, you might be able to answer a question I have to ask you about what's taking place at the hospital, because this is a parable to me. So just take a break. Let's drop this track here and come back in a bit.
Long ago, boy, when I was young, and anything at all go wrong, I used to run to me grandmother for she to help me. But oh brother, when she talk is only parable. When she done, I in more trouble. I know it's good advice she giving, but what the devil she saying? A ounce of prevention better than a whole pound of cure to do. Never trouble, until trouble you. You scratch my back before yours gets scratched. When you're drinking gasoline, don't eat much. What's sweet in goat mouth goes sour in implants. Men have no right in rock stone dance. Exchange no robbery and it hard for a storm. Can't be wrong for monkey run on. Oh yeah. I really thought she was a mad woman because I really couldn't understand all these parables she using to me. It was too confusing. You're young, you're quick to fall in love and always have problem to solve. I think I'm getting help from she, but she telling me Nancy's story. Lalin kui shubare. One day, come day. Who are cocoa in sun, always looking for rain. You have never been afraid as again. Wise man will never practice what you hear him preach. So don't have your hand where your hand carries. Love soon get cold when it run hot like that. Many went for my skin. That's the one I like. Granny. Boy, oh boy, she was a real good sport. The real amusing sort, she could fix any problem, I'm sure. She had a plaster for every sore. When you live in glass house, no stone. The window you break might be your own. Who bring you news, go carry back on you. Everything she tell me is true. Show me a thief, I'm gonna show you a liar. Words of a love together. Knowledge is power, wisdom is force. See we don't know that's a runaway horse. Fool could make money, but it's wise man to spend it. Nobody could teach a old dog new tricks. One hand can't clap, once bitten, twice shy, and you'll never miss the water till the well run dry. Tell me, Granny. Yeah. It's sweet.
Yes, I. So it seems as though baby Brantley got match in him out, got gasoline in him out and a scratch match.
I don't know how you make these analogies and come up with these things, but I must say, you must put in a lot of time trying to get these songs to match exactly where you're going.
Well, as I said previously, you know, DJ Morrishaw is just a natural DJ. So when I sit down and I put my program together, the songs them just flow.
Yeah.
But it's unfortunate that we're in the situation that we're in. If it was not so serious, it would be laughable, you know. But I mean, we're in a situation here. I mean, Nevis is in a place where how we have this issue for 7 years. The water issue ain't nothing new. I remember I have a cousin. My cousin's brother used to work for the water department in Nevis, Big George, George Morris. He works for the water department for years. And I know that a lot of improvement was done with the water in Nevis. And from the time CCM came into office, they got rid of him. I do not know who else, but I know a bunch of guys used to come down to St. Paul's and hang out with him and stuff like that, who was a part of the water department. So the stories I'm hearing now about Nevis not having water is like back in the 60s, 70s, when we used to have to walk for miles to head water on our head. That is where Nevis seems to be going back again. Yeah.
Well, like I said, you know, the problem that we have is that this government seems to feel that maintenance and repair is development. And we are saying that you must be progressive. You must, you know, make some changes, make some additions. But the water rehabilitation project that started a while back, that was a project that had certain phases, and you really needed to go back and get additional funding. But keep in mind that, you know, when we speak about the need to have certain expertise, I mean, the issue with the BEAD being here and they had that responsibility to be drilling and providing water, that partnership was ended, and the government took responsibility for that. Now, I am not certain what would have been put in place while BEAD was here. I'm not certain with regards to the drilling that should be done, because as you develop, you're going to need to have more water supply. Maybe they felt that because there's really no development, they wouldn't need to provide the additional water and the storage facility. But like we say, there are different means of ensuring that you have, you know, a reasonable water supply in terms of taking some of the, you know, pressure off of the potable water by providing alternative water means for agriculture, whether it's for livestock watering or, you know, irrigation of your farms. You know, there are different ways that we can provide a water supply that can address that aspect. And so what we have in terms of the potable water and the storage capacity, that should be able to last us a little bit longer. But we would expect, the tourism season this year was a good one. And, to the extent that we know that people would be employed during this period of time. But what happens when the tourism season comes to an end? And these are the things that we're saying, we must stop relying so much on tourism to provide, livelihoods for our people. It is seasonal, and we have not seen any new industries brought on stream to help to provide a stable and a steady income source for our people. And as we look at where Nevis is going, as we look at the global trends, as we look at the regional trends, and we see how economies are being diversified based on the current issues, it's really incumbent upon us in Nevis and in the NIA to keep abreast of what is relevant at a particular point in time. And, we speak about the changes that you see even here in the country and in the federal government. And we see the addition of new ministries that can really deal, specifically with matters at hand, such as the orange economy, such as, Ministry of Climate Action. And these are things that if you're not able to focus, when you operate the government and you do not have that umbrella of what you're trying to achieve, you may find, for example, your fisheries department is working on something, but the connection across with the Department of Environment or Department of Planning, that connectivity, that linkage is not as it ought to be, because you don't have that overarching umbrella. But when you look at, for example, orange economy, as was done in St. Kitts, and then you have small business, because most of the people involved in the orange economy and the creative arts, etc., are really entrepreneurs. And so you have, a more one-stop type of approach to address the issues. But when you have your small business separate and apart, and nobody looking after the entrepreneurs and those folks who are, dealing with their music and trying to get them produced, and the challenges that they're having, it really says that the NIA at this point in time is not keeping abreast with the trends and what is necessary in order to make your government competitive and provide the services that your people need at this time. And, we look at all of what is happening with the apps and the technology, and, we really should be able to keep abreast. We really should be able to provide the services because when you look at the youth and what they can get done, I mean, it will take me a little while to catch up on some of the technology and some of the apps that they're using, but I mean, this is their way of living. And so we must be able to adjust. And so when we don't look at the creative economy, when we don't look at the orange economy, you're going to have people who are frustrated because they're not seeing the opportunities and the ways by which they can see themselves in the future of developing Nevis. And so we cannot be stagnant, having the same ministries that we had in 1983, even when all around you can see the changes that are being made, and expect our youth to have some hope in having a future here or to contribute to the building of Nevis. And so, it's really unfortunate that through the shenanigans, the CCM is in government again. But understanding and knowing what we know now, like I would have said before, it is incumbent upon NRP to do what is necessary to ensure that when the next elections come around, that there would be no chance for error and we can get the people out to vote. I'm not just hoping, but putting steps in place. There are a number of different issues to deal with because we really must get the electoral, the voters list. We must get that cleaned up. And so those are discussions that we are having as well. So that by the time the next election comes around, you see, we don't know which election is going to come first. And if the lists are going to be cleaned up, it should be done notwithstanding when the election is coming. Let's just get the list cleaned up so that we can start to build that confidence. And it's very discouraging for people to come out and vote when they feel that the outcome is determined not by their vote, but by other means beyond their control. And so in order to build voters' confidence, in order to have people feel like they want to participate in this process again, I think as early as possible, all of the fake marriages that we heard the Prime Minister speak about, all of those names that are on the list that should not be on the list, I think it's a matter of urgency that we should try to get that taken care of. And so, a number of issues that we're looking at, but our vow is that whenever the next election occurs, we should be better positioned to overcome whatever they want to throw at us.
Well, Honorable, in my view, some might disagree with me, but I could smell election on the horizon. There's too much that is taking place for elections not to be on the horizon. So I would hope that those concerns of the registration list or the electoral office be resolved ASAP. And, some may say that they're disappointed with the result of the CCM in government at the moment. Few weeks ago, I would have been a part of that team. After I did my deep dive and realized that my observation with the young lady who is now independent was in fact what I observed, I am happy that the result was not that NRP end up in government. It would have been a disaster for Nevis. It would have been a disaster for the NRP. My grandmother, you heard about parables a while ago? My grandmother used to tell me, God, they're gonna give more than you could bear. Right? And that's something I believe in. I think NRP is in the best position now to rebuild stronger and better. And for those who think that this government in Nevis, CCM, gonna go its full term, then they're sleeping. They need to wake up. With everything that is going wrong in Nevis right now, just that simple hospital wing should be enough for the people of Nevis to get up and tell the Premier and his team, we had enough of your nonsense. We need you out of here. That should be enough. When this bill goes through, that should be coming up in the federal cabinet, I think tomorrow, about Nevis procedures of fear, whatever they call it, whatever bill it is. That in itself going to let you all know where water walk a pumpkin belly in Nevis, Because if you all think things bad now, once that bill goes through, where the federal government is saying, whatever decision you all make in Nevis, deal with it yourself. I don't know if your father ever had to tell you this, but my grandmother tell me this too. When you go out there and get yourself in trouble, prepare to deal with it out there. Because I didn't send you out, they're going to get yourself into trouble. I send you to school. I send you to Sunday school. So if Nevis people want to stop there and sleep and allow baby Brantley to continue taking Nevis down the wrong road, and the federal government say hands off, we are no longer part of this. You all deal with that on your own. When I start jump all over Dr. Joe, I'm going to be here to remind you all. This is the time. You cannot do it by yourself, Honorable. NRP cannot do it by themselves, Honorable. The people of Nevis, whether you are home or abroad, pay attention. Nevis is sinking and sinking very fast. Last week, I heard some report here in the news and somebody asking me if it's true that New York is sinking. I said, but we all know New York is built on stilts. Eventually, if there's global warming out there, eventually something must happen in New York. The waterfront in St. Thomas is built on stilt as well. When the water really gonna come back for its thing. So if you guys see the writing is on the wall, and I used the terminology last week in one of my broadcasts, and somebody take it and try to make it a big thing on social media. The writing is on the wall where Baby Brantley is not capable of finishing anything or doing anything in the interest of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Baby Brantley is only interested in himself. And your fight within NRP, I see it's over. I saw the convention on Sunday, and you guys are moving forward nicely. But there's big fight going on in the CCM right now. Nobody hearing it on the street, right? But there's big internal fight that going on because people calling me and telling me what's going on. So stay tuned. The shit gonna hit the fan. The shit will hit the fan because they're not happy with Baby Brantley. And they're working behind the scenes. So don't be surprised. They had a big vote, whether or not they're going to take the independent person as part of the team, And it was a big uproar. Nobody wanted the independent person. So whatever plans Baby Brantley had going on, it backfired in the face because he partnered them now on the independent person. So there's more to come. Your closings, Honorable.
Well, thanks for having me here this evening. And what I enjoy about this interaction is, as frank as you are, it's really about the issues and how we, as you say, keep your feet to the fire. And there are certain things that must be done. It's not a situation now where we just sit back and wait for 5 years and see what is going to happen. We see when there is, concern and issues, we see a government lasted for 2 years. And we know that the issues that we have now, as we recognize, the new bill that is being debated right now in the federal government, whatever is necessary for us to minimize the erosion of what we stand for, we really should take heed at this point in time. And the airport issue, just as important as the hospital issue, the lack of transparency surrounding what is happening, we really cannot allow ourselves to sit back and wait for 5 more years of this, because who knows what will become of Nevis if we have to deal with another 5 years of a CCM government. And so the issues are there. As you said, the writing is on the wall, and we really must agitate. We really must, continue to raise the awareness, continue to get the people to understand what is happening, how it's not in the best interest of the people of Nevis. It would be interesting to see how this bill is debated in the assembly. I would want to hear exactly what would be said. And this action in and of itself really indicates that Nevis has a lot to be responsible for. And we cannot allow all of this responsibility to be put to waste. The same with the NIA, it provides the opportunity for us to build Nevis, to develop Nevis. And look at the number of times that the federal government has gone to Parliament to draft bills for all of the various areas where it needs to be addressed. We have not gone into the Nevis Island Assembly except to pass the budget. And so that is an indication of no movement, stagnancy. Where are the new opportunities going to be coming from, if not from new legislation that the NIA has control over? And we really need to find out what is happening with geothermal. Why all of the secrecy? We can hear the Prime Minister speak about geothermal and what they're planning to do with it. Why is it that in Nevis everything has to be a big secret? And we say when there's such secrecy, it can be nothing good that is happening. And so I just want to say thank you for having me here this evening, continuing to do the work. And you're someone who you ask questions, you follow up, you want to know what is happening. But trust me, we are doing what is required, what is necessary. I know our timing may not always be in sync, but we have the same objective, and that is to, provide a better government, bring governance back to Nevis, and when we can and how we can, it is our intention to do that, because as we say, the people of Nevis do deserve a better government. We know that better can be done, and we ought not sit back and allow this current government to treat us the way that we're being treated at this time.
I'm going to say something to you, Honorable. You don't have to do it, but you are now in the NIA, and Baby Brantley uses opportunity for destructive purposes by trying to convince the independent person to do whatever he's bidding for. Do you and Mr. Evelyn and Mr. Brand has speaking relation? You all communicate with each other?
On a professional level, as needed, I would communicate.
Okay. Why I ask the question first is because I think that you might not get the result that you're looking for, but don't let them say you never approach them. I think you should ask a question and bring your concerns to them in regards to what's going on, and let the chips fall where they may, because internally they're having their problem, right? So do not let the chick feet fall on the ground. Try to catch it before you hit the ground.
Noted.
All right. Before you go, I know the convention just finished. Any plans for NRP in the near future? Or you want to leave that for another time?
Well, yes, the convention just concluded, but we had a very busy month of May. It's not over yet. And this weekend coming up, we have been new to you sale at the St. Paul's constituency group is putting all that in Charlestown. We do have plans for the fathers. They looked at what happened on Mother's Day and they don't want to be left out, and we're not going to leave them out. So we do have the big Father's Day event plan over in our fountain by Cabos. You're aware of that plan, and we're looking forward to get bragging rights, from the domino tournament to beat your team, whoever you may bring. And there's some other matters that we're discussing internally, and at the appropriate time, you would be aware. But as it is for right now, we have a few activities, and then we would look forward to the Father's Day activity.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I don't know about the bragging rights. Every tournament that my team have entered in, I let them beat up on the old folks. When I see things get out of hand, I jump on the board, and it's a different conversation. So I look forward to the challenge. I look forward to the camaraderie, the meet and greet, the entertainment and stuff like that. And I think my team, when I presented to them that we'll be hanging out in Nevis at Cabos, they were all excited. So we're looking forward to that opportunity when we get there. And hopefully we have some internet we can carry it live, because there's folks around the globe that would like to be a part of the session, even though they cannot be there. So tell Cabos, get yourself ready. We'll be there. Definitely look forward to that opportunity. I got a track here I'm gonna drop for you. They say the world is in turmoil. That's what Rangers say. But Nevis is in turmoil, eh? So stay safe.
Help us, help us. Listen, look around everywhere in confusion. In our small island, even at United Nations. World leaders, oh yes, I'm afraid to say, taking us closer to destruction every day. Oh yes, corruption breeding corruption is the talk all about. Dissatisfaction in government and policies is a common shout. Hatred, envy and spite, I say, has now become the order of the day. Oh yes. Well, look, the forces of evil acting today, trying to get us down in every way. So we got to stand up for what is right. That's right. Drive evil deeds from the darkness onto the light. And billions, let's pray for the land. Walk hand in hand. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Collectively pray, everyone, and work with a plan. Let me drive all evil deeds from the land. Aye. Oh, help us, help us. Right around here in our country, there are 10 situations you can clearly see. Opposition opposing every move government made, opposing everything just for opposition's sake. We see a system where our people slowly lose the right to think, and most of all the freedom to choose in a regrettably so-called tourist industry. Workers are fired without warning, without mercy. So you see, hungry mothers with their children to feed, trying desperately to fulfill their needs. A high price of survival we have to pay. Oh yes, evil force is increasing every day. And billions, let's pray for the land. Walk hand in hand. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Collectively pray, everyone, and work with a plan. Let me drive all evil deeds from the land. Aye. Bloodbaths in Syria and Afghanistan, in South Africa, victimization and oppression. Remember Grenada just the other day. A military junta destroy all that stood in its way. Oh yes, the world is standing on the brink of disaster, and may well soon end if our hungry leaders continue along this trend to pressurize people to satisfy their selfish needs, holding on to power at the expense of those they bleed. We pray that the forces of evil now stand in our way, creating heavier burdens every day, may very soon diminish from our sight. That's right, bringing brightness where once there was night. Come, pastors, pray for the land. Walk hand in hand. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Collectively pray, everyone, and work with a plan. Let me drive all evil deeds from the land. Come, pastors, pray for the land. Walk hand in hand. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Collectively pray, everyone, and work with a plan. Let me drive all evil deeds from the land.
Nice, nice. The man King Ranger, Lord Ranger there. So you gotta pray for the land. I gotta pray for St. Kitts Nevis, but more so for the sister island there of Nevis, because God knows that what is happening there under the NIA, it's really hurting the people of Nevis. You know, I got two clips here I'm gonna drop. Apparently we have a pundit out there that decided to go on to one of my last broadcasts, as a matter of fact, when I was speaking about baby Brantley and telling the Prime Minister the writing is on the wall and to pay close attention to baby Brantley. He chose to take it and make it like I'm cussing the Prime Minister and chatting nonsense. But, you know, we got to deal with them when we catch them, you know. But before I play that clip, those clips, you know, I just want to let the folks know that we are all set to head down to the Federation of St. Kitts Nevis. The Morrishaw Sports Club will be touring the Federation from June 17th to July 1st. We're going to be jamming some dominoes and cricket throughout the area there. Some of the events that are already in place, you know, we're going to go to the fishing tournament over there in Date Bay on the 17th. Then we're going to go across to Nevis. We're going to be hanging out over there with the NRP and the people of Nevis. All are invited there by Carbos in Fountain, play some dominoes, meet and greet, have a good time. So look forward to you folks to check us out at Carbos. We're going to have some enough raffles and stuff also. There's some vouchers you can purchase to support the cause. So check with Carbo, check with the NRP folks who may have those vouchers, check them. Make sure that you come out and support the cause. Also, we're going to be jamming some cricket there in Newton Ground over at Breeze Park on the 25th from 12. So all your Newton Ground massive, come on over there. We're also going to be having some dominoes with the Foreman Packet Bar of Newton Ground. I'm still waiting for the other events to finalize. The St. Kitts Cricket Association also should be hosting a game with us over there at Canary. So in the coming weeks, once the schedule gets fully finalized, I'll come and let you folks know what is happening. We're trying to see if we could get a little game going in St. Paul's as well. Now that St. Paul's have a good cricket facility there, I have to reach out to Brother James Ward and make sure that Cardi and those guys will put things in place over there. I want to big up my boy there, Brother DJ Rebuka. Brother Lincoln Hapson, how you doing? Where in the world are you? You're missing in action these days. Hope all is well with your mom, Miss Hapson, and the rest of the family. Don't forget, for you folks who want to join the Morrishaw Sports Club across to Foxwood on July 29th, the bus tickets, we have some tickets leave still. Feel free to get your tickets before it's too late. That's July 29th. Foxwood Casino and Shopping. It's a fun day, something that everyone always enjoys. So we look forward to seeing you there. I'm gonna drop this clip from this pundit who decided to edit my work and try to make me look like I'm cussing the Prime Minister. Why would I want to cuss our good Prime Minister? The Honorable Prime Minister and the Labour team, they're doing a fairly good job since the election took place 9 months ago. Only but so much they can accomplish in a short space of time compared to the damage that was done in the 9 months. You know, we have to give them credit for the work that's been done. I know they'll have some stumbles along the way. I know there are going to be some stumbles along the way. Some round, what do I call them? Square pegs in round holes, going to cause some problems. But, you know, we have to do the right thing still. I'm going to hold a foot to the fire. Me and my brother there, Brother Ira McMahon, you know, you can get the facts from us. We're not going to be spinning nothing. We're not spin bowlers. I pace bowl and Ira medium. So we got two pace, a medium and a pace bowler. We don't spin things. We just talk it like it is. So we just in observation mode. So for those of you who are looking for confusion, you ain't gonna find a confusion here. I speak very plain. As I said earlier today, the Prime Minister is very accessible. So whatever I have to say to him, I know to get the message to him. The Attorney General just the same. He's very accessible. If it comes a time where they're not accessible and I have to come public and bring certain things to you all, so be it. That's what happened with the Farmer Hag. The Farmer Hag was bullshitting me all the way, and he get to the point where I had to just call him out. Some tried to give you the impression that I brought down the PAM administration with Dr. Simmons. I did not even know what politics was in them days. Some tried to make you think I brought down Dr. Douglas. COVID was not around when Douglas was Prime Minister. This program started in November of 2020 when the Farmer Hag locked me down at Royal St. Christopher. This is how this program starts. Should have been a 14-day program. But because of you, online viewers, you good people who want to hear the facts, we are here 2 years plus later and champion. So when they try to lie to you all about I always cussing government and bringing down government, Morrishaw not got time for that. Right now, Morrishaw is just doing the work of you, the people, because you all asked for it. And believe me, sometimes I'm too tired to even come here, but because I don't want to disappoint you, the people, I continue to do my thing. So good evening, Sister Deetra and Farrell Smith. How are you doing? Sister Deetra, how about Cora Bennett? Hope all is well with you. So we're gonna drop this clip because you know they want to make problem for Morrishaw, but Morrishaw is cool. Morrishaw is good. So take a listen. Mr. PM, Honorable Dr. Terence Joe, the writing is on the wall. Take warning. My grandmother, Tinny Morris, my grandfather, they used to tell me, who can't hear will feel. Who not hear what the granny say?
And that,
you know, so I'm gonna start it over. I'm gonna start it over because I want you to hear them how they start off with it. Mr. PM, Honorable Dr. Terence Joe, the writing is on the wall. Take warning. My grandmother, Tinny Morris, my grandfather, they used to tell me, who can't hear will feel. Who not hear what the granny say? Salt, lime, and pepper there. What sweeter goat mouth? Sour in the behind. These are all these things that was said to me growing up, and I learned them the hard way. Mr. PM, I don't want you to learn the hard way. So that is what they basically had circulating all weekend on social media. And someone sent the clip to me. So I want to thank you soldiers who are out there keeping your eyes open for all those fake news and fake profile who trying to damage this lovely program. But I wasn't going to do nothing about it at all because I respond to the person on social media and we had a couple back and forth because they're trying to play with words. And you all know when I call the farmer hag a hag, I call him a hag because of his behavior. In Parliament, in public, the way he treats his people during COVID, during the pandemic, the way they just grab everything and just forget about people, lie to people, tell people must fast and pray. So they're having all kind of help for people out there and they hold on to the money for themselves. When I start calling them out during the pandemic about all they was doing and the corruption, they say I'm supposed to thank them because they was just volunteering, nobody getting paid. A couple months later, you find out in secret, they split up over $300,000 between them. Who not get 27,000, get 15,000, get 10,000, get 5,000. These criminals. That is what we had in the farm administration. From doctors to politicians. That is what they were doing. Take over 300,000, split it amongst themselves, while poor people couldn't get food to eat. Young babies couldn't get medication. People locked down from 2020 they work. That is them nasty, dirty people, them have them. So I was there listening to the conversation with Brother Eken and Honorable Prime Minister earlier. And some lady called in, said she's the nuts lady, and want to ask the Prime Minister about some WhatsApp, the guy in the States talking about the Prime Minister. So I decided to call in and clear the air because the poor lady, I'm pretty sure she don't know what's going on. She don't know it's fake news. She just being a citizen and heard it, so she called in. So this was my response this afternoon to the call from the nuts lady.
Yes, good afternoon, Brother Ike.
Good afternoon.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Terence Joe. DJ Morrishaw here.
Yes.
I'm here looking at you guys doing your thing, and I must say you look very relaxed. That is very good. I'm calling in because I heard a caller call in here said she was the nuts lady.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to put it out there for the nuts lady and everyone in the Federation, or wherever Freedom FM may be heard, is that we know what happened on social media these days. Folks take clips from various broadcasts and use it the way that they wish to use it. I realized someone sent me a clip that someone chose to take a clip from one of my programs I did some weeks ago. As everyone is aware, I do a Wednesday evenings program on Facebook Live, speaking about the happenings in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. And that program, I know it went in excess of 2 hours. So for someone to take a 30-second clip where I am saying to the Prime Minister, pay attention, the writing is on the wall in regards to baby Brantley over there in Nevis. It's unfortunate that people out there not really pushing the real issues. I can say publicly, and I want to say publicly, EK, I am one that came on the stream with the social media because of what the former administration did to us during the pandemic. And due to the request of the general public, my program is now, that should have been 14 days, is now heading for 3 years and running strong. Now, the Labour administration under the leadership of the Honourable Dr. Terence, in my view, is doing a very good job in a very short time. A lot has been done in 9 months. Ain't no question about that. But if we want to be real and be realistic, many of the things that the Prime Minister just outlined about the situation at the hospital, the lack of water in the last 7 years, and that team administration, the CCM with PAM and the PLP with baby Brantley across in Nevis, there was a part of that issue, and the same issues is in Nevis. And as someone that listens to the people and speak on behalf of the people, I want to believe that the Prime Minister can appreciate the fact that I am relating to him via my medium what the people are saying. And though Kittitians and Nevisians across the diaspora, across the globe, welcome him to come and mingle with us and talk with us and update us on what's happening in the Federation, the Nevisians in Nevis are saying they are 2 miles across the waters. They are asking for the same thing. And I have said this to the Prime Minister privately, and I've said it publicly. At his convenience, he needs to take a trip across to Nevis and meet with the people of Nevis. I also invite him to join us at Cabos on the 18th of June. We will be there playing some domino meet and greet. And Ike, you're welcome to it. The people that out there want to put DJ Morrishaw and the PM to fight. That ain't happening because the PM is accessible. If he was not accessible when I reach out to him and getting answers, then I would have to come public and say what I have to say. But the Prime Minister is very accessible. The Attorney General is very accessible. So DJ Morrishaw have no problem with them. So that the pundits continue to do what they're doing. I just want to put that out there, Brother Ike. And Mr. Prime Minister, keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
Only a phone call away.
Thank you very much, DJ.
Thank you so much for that, DJ Morrishaw.
Ike, before you go on, I did not even know that somebody put a clip out there.
Yeah,
trying to
nice
distort,
neat clip.
trying to distort,
the writing on the wall.
trying to distort what the DJ said. I mean, all these people can be malicious.
Indeed.
But you see, when they're exposed, I hope they recognize how much it damages their own reputation.
There you go.
Because they know the truth from the beginning, and they set out to fool people, and in the end, they're exposed and they suffer the humiliation.
Yeah, so basically, that was my message today on Freedom FM. And I want to thank Brother Ike and the Prime Minister to give me the opportunity to relate the information, because people out there, they're mischievous. You know, I mean, everybody that knows me knows that you can say what you want about me, but I don't call a spade a spade. And if the PM were to say something, do something, and I come to the public with it, it's simple because it's something the public need to know. I have no reason to cuss the Prime Minister about anything, because the Prime Minister, he's a respectful young man. He accepts calls, he responds to messages. I don't have an issue with the PM. It's unfortunate that some people think that they have to be malicious to create some kind of device. I am not a politician. I do not know how to do politics. I know how to call a spade a spade. And if I hear something, or if I observe something, I make a call, I will send a WhatsApp to the politician, and when they don't respond to me, guess what? I bring it to the public, because then once I bring it here, they're going to hear about it. And that's what I'm about to do now. There was a press conference last week. And during the press conference, a situation took place and my phone light up. And I went back and double checked the situation. And I too had concerns about the exchange, because I think that individuals know exactly what they were doing, and they could have done a better job at responding to the journalists. I have an issue with our politicians them disrespecting our journalists, our citizens, when they ask a question. I heard the big JL say some time back that he used to go to press conference, and ever since a question he asked at one of the press conference and the response from the former Prime Minister, Denzel Douglas, he haven't been back to a press conference. I do not want our journalists act like that. I want our journalists, when you ask a question, when they ask a question and they don't get the answer, or they have been disrespected by politicians or whoever in position, I want the next journalist to support that journalist. Call them out on the spot, let them know what they're doing is rude and they're wrong. Make them apologize. Because our journalists is our defensive, our front line for the people. So I'm going to play this clip of a question by one Glenn Batt of SK Newsline. And he asks a question. And the question he's asking is nothing wrong with the question, you know. Because guess what? The Prime Minister spoke about the situation at his Labor Day march during his presentation on the show. He spoke about the housing and whatever. And all that this gentleman was doing is following up about some of the concerns. So take a listen.
Situation with regards to NHC. I know they were sorting out a lot of problems with the ownership of the land. What is the situation now with that? And if the situation has not been sorted out, how does that impact the current project that is being implemented with the Trinidadian company?
Okay, that was a straightforward question coming from Glenn Batt. I don't think there was a need for him to repeat himself. That's a very straightforward question. But then the Prime Minister forwarded the question to Senator Clark to be answered. And this is how it went. And just as the phone calls came in with people had an issue with the way the journalist was respond to or dealt with, I felt a way about it. And before I even decided to speak about it, I sent a message to Brother Batt to find out how he felt with the exchange of that senator. And his response to me was very simple. He said, simple, a classic example of rude politician. And you, the online viewers, listen for yourself. Be your own judge. But I would also say to you, when you all see these politicians, whether you support Labour, PAM system, or whoever, just tell them for me to respect the journalists when they ask questions at these press conferences. When citizens want questions, answer them appropriately. There is no need for this bombastic fight for simple question. So take a listen to what transpired that day.
Good morning, and thank you, Prime Minister. Sir, can you be more specific as to the problem you're referring to with NHC land?
I believe there was a period of time when there was an attempt to determine, for example, one piece of land, a plot of land might be owned by two different persons, and I think NHC was trying to sort out that kind of situation. That's what I understood. And and then there were bits of land that needed to be returned to NHC because of non-payments and that kind of thing. So what I'm asking is, if that situation is still in progress, the land that is going to be required under the new project involving the Trinidad company, where would that land come from, or would some of that land be part of that process that has been going on?
Thank you. So just to correct you, sustainable development deals with lands, NHC, housing, and I suspect what you are trying to say is there's a challenge with persons who have land issued by NHC who want an sustainable development, who want a house constructed by NHC. That's not a challenge, because a couple months ago in the cabinet briefing, the CABSEC would have informed the nation that cabinet took a decision to just get rid of that unwritten policy that if you have land issued by sustainable development, that NHC could not build on your land. That doesn't exist anymore. So we are making it very easy for persons who want an NHC home, one of the 2,400 homes that we're now displaying in the NHC land fair going on right now, that you can get it. Housing fair, sorry. You can get your house constructed on land that you purchased from sustainable development. So maybe we would have to do a better job as a cabinet to ensure that the media has the information so that your questions are more informed. Additionally, as it relates to double booking and triple booking and challenges with titles, the NHC and sustainable and legal sat, and we recognize that some persons were waiting up to 4 years to get their titles. We now have about 6 developments, existing developments, where titles are being processed. But I would allow the Attorney General to speak more to that, because we recognize whatever the management or lack of management was in the former administration, it kept a lot of young people stuck in processes in the bank, not being able to access a student loan because their mother didn't have a title to their land, or not being able to construct a house with a mortgage from the bank because their titles weren't issued to them. So we recognize that there's a need to expedite that and to put more resources into issuing the titles. As it relates to the other part of your assumption about lands and double booking and triple booking, that has absolutely nothing to do with NHC, nor does it have anything to do with the East Coast Development Company. I think that's what you're referencing when you said the Trinidad company, East Coast House Development. They are going to have access to their lands, right? And they're going to build their homes. But when it comes to sustainable development, we, as we said in December, are taking our time to go through that revocation list that was left by the former administration, the double booking and triple booking problem that was left by the former administration. And we're looking to regularize access to land and to ensure that everybody who wants a piece of the rock can get a piece of the rock. But mind you, we only have so much land. St. Kitts is only so big. So we are really happy that NHC is pushing this housing initiative, housing revolution, so that persons who have been waiting for years to get a piece of land could actually just move forward and access a house. So I'm really hoping that the responses have answered your questions, and I really do hope that we have a better rapport with the media so that we don't ask uninformed questions, because that also throws the public off, and then they have the impression that this new revolutionary housing program is tied up with land issues, which it is not. Thank you.
No, you see, this is my problem with these folks when they think that they arrive. They come to you and they ask for your support during the elections. Elections are over and you can't ask a question. You get these demeaning responses, or the face push up, or the mouth push up. Well, who don't like what I'm saying is up to them, because this is nothing personal. Whatever I say on this program is to get improvement in attitude, and let's work together as one. The purpose of a journalist is to investigate. And what is the investigation? You hear things on the street, you hear things in the grapevine. You hear the politicians them saying stuff. You get clarity, and then you report it. That is what is done, you know. So if she's going to tell the journalist, get your story straight before you come and ask questions, come on. The whole idea of asking you the question is to get the story straight, that the journalist can report it. So Mr. PM, again, this is another sounding. Not any licks on the party, but I am asking you to speak to your cabinet colleagues. Let them know that questions will be asked, and they must be prepared to answer the questions. And if they can't answer the question, simple, I'll get back to you later. Give me some time to get back to you. That is the way you do your stuff. You don't cuss off journalists and talk to them how you feel, like you're in the back of the cane field. That's not the way you go. Now, we all know that of recent time, the messaging coming from the present government is not 100%. We all understand the reason for it. They just get started, they're putting things in place, people leak things, things leak, and they have to come and play catch up. We understand all of that. But there's no reason to get upset for somebody asking a question. Because I keep saying to people, when they talk about this leak about the housing project from some newspaper in Trinidad, if people are paying attention, the Prime Minister spoke about that on the program. I interviewed him on some weeks earlier. Every opportunity the Prime Minister gets, he keeps speaking about the housing program to come and local contractors going to benefit. The Prime Minister been speaking about that. But it doesn't mean because a journalist come and ask the Prime Minister a question to get some clarity, mean he's supposed to cuss them off and don't answer them. Now, just on May 1st, Labour Day passed in St. Kitts. This was the Prime Minister speaking at Patsy Allen's.
The struggle for justice for all workers and their families continues. Indeed, the struggle continues for a new day and a better way with Labour here in St. Kitts and Nevis. What is that new and better way for workers? It means the possibility of finding meaningful 21st century jobs in the land of your birth and your adopted homeland. But more so, a new and better way means earning fair wages and salaries, then retiring in dignity and relative comfort. Our government is firmly committed to striving for that new and better way. And therefore I ask, how are we doing that? Firstly, we are going to expand access to high quality health care. For it was Mahatma Gandhi who said, it is health that is real wealth, not pieces of silver and gold. Labor leaders know that, which is why the Bratcher government launched universal access to health centers and hospitals around St. Kitts and Nevis. And that is why my government, our government, will build on that foundation. In our election manifesto, we promised to roll out a national health insurance program. Why? If and when a medical catastrophe strikes, and it will strike all of us, we are human beings, which is better, relying on GoFundMe or having a fund to tap into. And that is why we need universal health care. If and when there's a large medical bill, must we be forced to use up all of your hard-earned savings and pensions and possibly be plunged into poverty, or is having health insurance a more just, humane, and better way? Today, 9 months after coming to office, I can report that our government is poised to launch the arrangements needed to fund and manage a national health insurance for workers and their dependents here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Promise made, promise kept. National health insurance is on its way for all of our people. The second way its preparedness for 21st century jobs via high quality education and training. Research and experience tell us that in order for the economy of our small island state to survive and thrive, there must be uptake of high quality education and training across the life course. As shown during the agriculture open days on both islands, our people can learn and apply innovative technologies to enhance food for production. And as already shown, our young people are skilled in robotics, audio and video streaming, and using drone technology. But we must go further. Our people must be trained for the opportunities in cybersecurity, medical informatics, medical equipment repair, and generative artificial intelligence. Additionally, as we move steadfastly to an economy powered by renewable energy to reduce our dependence on fossil fuel, and our people must be trained to operate and maintain the plants producing electricity from the sun, from the wind, and geothermal, of course. Therefore, as promised, our agenda, the new way and better way government, will continue to invest appropriately in education at all levels. Preschool, primary school, secondary school, and we are committed to increasing access to college, university, and adult and continuing education. When opportunities knock, I'm asking our people, petitions and divisions, we must be at the forefront equipped with the right skills for the 21st century jobs. And that is why we have made college free. That is why we will expand preschool. That is why we had reduced student interest rate on loans from the Development Bank. And just in a short time, we will reduce existing student loans to 5% at the Development Bank so that you pay more monthly, save money to invest in homes, businesses, and to save some, of course. How are we going to do it? Number 3, no party in government delivered decent and affordable housing better than Labour. Labour has been the only party that has brought about housing revolution here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Under our watch, we promise hundreds of housing solutions in a serious way to be delivered to our people. But first, there must be proper selection of land space. We must have lands for food production, lands for industry, lands for recreation, lands for water courses and aquifers, and lands, of course, for our housing revolution. Shortly, we will announce how we will allocate lands for housing in a fair and environmentally sustainable manner. Because you know what took place during the last government. A lot of land was distributed where one piece of land would have been distributed to 2 and 3 and 4 persons. And that has left the land situation here in St. Kitts and Nevis in a bad state. And that is why only the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration can fix it. Let me be clear. Productive workers in St. Kitts and Nevis must be treated fairly when it comes to salaries and wages. When it comes to salaries and wages, our people must be treated fairly. For the last 10 years, there has not been an increase in the minimum wage. For the last 10 years, the workers who work for $3.60, they have not seen an increase in their quality of life. And that is why we have taken it so seriously that during our first term, we have brought the relevant stakeholders together. The tripartite committee, we have reconvened it, and their first order of business is to evaluate the minimum wage to make sure that our workers are getting what they deserve. And that is why you heard the representative from the union who spoke today spoke to that minimum wage. And I can say to you with certainty that there will be an increase in the minimum wage during our first term in office. What we are finalizing is the number that it would be up to this point. And even though it is post-COVID, And most countries can't dare discuss minimum wage. We in the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, we are not looking for excuses. We are looking for solutions. And that is why we say we must adjust the minimum wage for our people here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And we have also commissioned, and we'll recommend very strongly, that the minimum wage be looked at every single year to make the necessary adjustments so that our people can live decently here in St. Kitts and Nevis. But I say, however, the government cannot do it alone. Workers, we are asking you to become better organized. And that is why the union was here saying today, join the union. So that your voice at the negotiating table can be stronger. But you must also know that your government represents your voice at the table as well. Also needed is a compassionate cooperation of employers who over the years have declared profits after profits, even during COVID-19. Employers who look after their workers, they deserve your support. So we are not against each other. We must sit together at the table with one main objective in mind, and that is to establish fairness and justice for our workers here in St. Kitts and Nevis. So going forward, the government, workers' associations, and employers can and will find common ground on fair and just wage and salary arrangements for our people. Your government will do its part by proposing and enacting enabling legislation this year. This is a serious promise, and we intend and will keep it. Workers must be put first here in our country. Point number 5, for our people here. We want to create what you call a sustainable island state.
Yes. So that was the Prime Minister at the Labour Day March at Patsialos and the first. And he outlined a couple things that we just brought to your attention there. But like anything else, though the journalist was at that event, they came to the press conference, and again, they asked the question about minimum wage. So the question was asked, and the Honorable Marsha Henderson, who is the minister for that area, spoke about it. So let's take a listen to this clip.
I have 2 questions that came through virtually. The first question is, can we have an update on discussion surrounding the minimum wage? And the second question, is the restructuring process related to PAP complete? If not, is the minister responsible for that at liberty to say when it will be completed?
Right, thank you very much. With respect to the minimum wage, the Minister of Labour is here, and I would allow the Honourable Marsha Henderson to deal with that question. The Minister, Philip, who is also here, who can give some insight into the question of PAP. And
okay, so let's go to Marsha, who did her thing on the minimum wage.
The work on the minimum wage started about 3 months ago when the cabinet took the decision to have the minimum wage advisory committee put in place. The committee comprised a number of stakeholders, including those from the union, the central bank, Social Security, trade, international trade, consumer affairs, the Chamber of Commerce, as well as the Ministry of Labour and Employment in St. Kitts and on Nevis. The committee started its work and would have completed its work, I think, about a month ago, just maybe 2 weeks ago, and prepared a recommendation for the cabinet to consider. The matter has not been brought yet back to the cabinet, but a number of consultations are ongoing with the persons who are likely to be affected by this. We are wrapping up the consultations, and the cabinet is likely to consider the recommendation made by the advisory committee in a short space of time. And so for now, we can't say what the recommendation is, but what we can say is that, and if the Prime Minister would allow me to say that there's a general consensus, okay, there is a general consensus that the minimum wage should be increased, and the Cabinet is likely to take that on board. So the work is practically completed, save and except for the consultations that are being wrapped up, and then the Cabinet would be in a position to consider the recommendation made by the committee.
I have two questions.
Okay, so Sister Henderson explained that the minimum wage process is in place and you should be here back from the Cabinet or from the government shortly in that regard. This is the way you answer questions when you're at a press conference. A journalist asks a question, you answer. You don't fight and curse and try to belittle them. Now, another way you're not supposed to deal with people, you know, as a minister of government, and by way, a deputy prime minister. Whenever citizens are calling into programs and expressing their feelings, I am pretty sure that they're doing so after trying all other avenues. I know people are going through a lot of pain. I get the phone calls all the time. Sometimes I forward the people to, I would call Dwyer, and on a three-way call, I would talk to Dwyer and try to get some help. I would call Larry Vaughan and try to get some help and try to guide people in the right places. So it's not that people not trying to reach out. But when you take a job as a minister of government or advisor or anything where you're getting paid with taxpayers' money, you got to have courtesy. You don't just go out there and cuss people as you please or as you feel, otherwise get out of the job. You're not qualified to be in that job. Understand? So let's take a listen to our Deputy Prime Minister. And this I have a problem with as well. Some of the Labour supporters or his supporters might say he's right because they don't know better. But if he was wrong on the PAM and he was wrong under the concussion, he got to be wrong on the Labour too. You know? He can't be wrong then and right now. Because when the patch-up fella was cussing everybody and social media and all over the place, we talk about it. Do not be like Baby Brantley, who sit in a cabinet, who sit in a government, while the patch-up fella cussing myself and everybody else on social media, and he ain't had no problem with it until he start cussing him. Do not wait until it affects you to say it's wrong. If you take care of the problem now, it would not get to you. And this is our problem we have in our beloved federation. And it's not just germane to St. Kitts Nevis, because it happened in North America, it happened all over the globe. But we have a very small society and we could do better. If you see something wrong, call it wrong. Don't wait until it affects you to say it's wrong. It was wrong before it get to you. So take a listen to our Deputy Prime Minister. And I have an issue with this exchange.
I heard a voice note going around while I was overseas. And I decided that I will address it tonight. Because you see, when you hear it going around, some of us might believe and think that we are not taking care of our people. And the caller was alluding to having some disabled child and can't get no help for the child. And she can't get no walker. But comrades, listen to me tonight. I want the caller to call back in on the same radio station and tell the Federation which company or minister she was working for on the STEP program, and the timesheet weeks after weeks coming in with the senator. They better leave me alone. When they come in, let them come with the truth. The caller need to tell the nation that after she explained her situation with the office, they allowed her to get her pay, even though she wasn't working and she wasn't showing no interest. We offered the young man an opportunity to be a part of the disabled group down in McKnight. and the boy ain't reached yet. So what nonsense they're talking. Comrades, don't be distracted. Leave it up to me. I will address all of the concerns. And I say to you, as we get ready to turn the streets of Bastille red again, I say to you, comrades, it will be a red wave to the streets of Bastille.
You see, this is not and should not be the behavior of a deputy prime minister or any politician. If people get frustrated and call in on a program and voice their situation, this is where you get someone from your office, if you cannot do it yourself, to reach out to that person and deal with the situation. Not to go on a political platform to belittle your citizens. It doesn't sound good and it doesn't look good. You're giving the patch-up fella ammunition. Because look what happened. The lady called back in after your rant and wave and the patch-up fella program again, and this is what the lady had to say.
Good night, sir. And how are you?
I am peaceful. Yourself?
I'm very peaceful. Well, I have something to say tonight. I'm the young lady that called in a couple of weeks ago. I think it's last 2 weeks or a week ago. Yes, I did call in.
I thought I recognized you. Yes, okay.
Yes, this is the young lady that called in, yes, basically. Anyway, I want to say this tonight about a minister that have a lot to say about his own citizen in our small federation. You know, I want to know if nobody could actually call in and view their point and talk about what they have to talk and say. It seems like only Labour people can do that, but I don't think so. I think everybody have the right to call in and say what they want to say about our small nation. As a minister, how can you actually go into a meeting and raise your voice and say something and say all kind of things about a citizen of this country? What happened? The citizen of this country ain't have no right to say what she wants to say. Well, who tell them damn so? I am going to say whatever I had to say. I call in and everything that man say on that radio is a lie. They give me a work and how come I did not want to do the work and this and that? That's a lie. Every day I go to work, so I don't know where he get his status them from. His status them are wrong. And come say I get my time sheet them going in weeks after weeks. He need to get his facts straight when he talking. He needs to get his facts straight because his facts saying straight, his facts wrong. Only Labour people weren't supposed to call in and talk. Well, I'm nothing. I'm a citizen of this country, and I want him to know. I want the minister to know. And you know, I want the minister to know if he ain't ashamed to go on the platform and actually say what he had to say. He ain't ashamed. He should be ashamed of himself, sir. To say he actually went and talk about that in a meeting. He should be ashamed of himself. So I want the nation to hear me and let them hear me and let them know that everything that minister said was a lie. But he give me work and I turn it down. That man never give me the work. What they do? They take me off the $500 and they take me off me work. And if I never call them, they would have never called me and say, well, I'm back on the $500. So what are we really talking about? He ain't saying nothing, you know? He need to stop knock people door and open his one and look at his background before he search anybody else one. Because trust me, he just make himself look small as a minister. Nobody gonna have no respect for him. For me, for sure, won't ever have no respect for him because he's not a minister. How a minister going to do that? What he be? He ain't nothing what he be. He need to stop and look into himself before he look into other people.
So can I...
Dung Pep office, they're doing a lot of nonsense when they come because people call in and talk, they vex about it. Well, I'm going to continue talking to call and talk because I am a citizen of this country and nobody going to stop me from talking. Whatever that minister said that on that platform that night when last night, everything he said is a lie. He trying to make himself look good, but he can't make himself look good. It's a lie. I already went on the radio and said what I have to say, and he come like he burning them, and he going to continue to burn them because when I continue to talk, I'm going to continue to talk, and he should be ashamed of himself as a minister. Tell him I said, step down. He ain't a minister. Nobody going to respect him. He's out of order. A bright and thing.
But can
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm really sorry to interrupt you. And as I said, I feel your pain because the most important one. But are you being paid on the PAP? That's what you said? Are you now being paid?
Hello?
Are you now?
Oh, yes, I did, yes. From the time when I was on that radio station and I met my view, it come like I had to make my view to go on the air to talk and say what they're doing to our small people here in our beautiful island of St. Kitts and Nevis. Because I make me better start paying me now me $500. I mean, come on. They should be ashamed of themselves. I have to go on the radio to make a point, and this is not about Congress. This is about Miss Evelyn and all of them down there at the PEP office and the PAP wherever the thing. This is about all of them. All of them is wicked set of people. And back talking people and trying to chop people off the PEP one day by day. And coming to tell people, but if they don't think on the PEP long enough, come on. This country is not theirs. This country is everybody's country. We as a citizen here, we have the right to open our mouth and talk and say what we have to say. The damn forwardness, the out of order. So they need to stop.
The minister said, gave me a commitment that he will speak with you. Has he called you?
After I hung up that night, they called me and they tell.
Sorry, I meant today. Sorry to interrupt you. I meant Jeffrey Hanley, Minister Hanley. Did he call you today?
Oh no, he did not call me. No, he did not call me. Okay. Before he did call, before he make as a minister, before he tried to reach out to his citizen, he went on the radio. Let me he go wow. But since me he go wow, let me call him. Let me get it going on because I'm not afraid Jeffrey. Okay. Me not afraid him. And he have a thing I want to say about this person. They're talking about, oh, this is a big man and who is a big man. Oh, how come he ain't a big man? So when PLP put on the roof, when they got the back door open and they think the back door could shut up properly because they will want to fix, they got to thank God for PLP to put on the roof. So they should give God thanks for that. And not in nobody's story because the story is so dirty. You know, and the backing people want. Let them look into themselves before they look into anybody else's story. Tell them I say, thank God for PLP because they were fun and they're not gonna wet like no duck anymore. So let us stop the and mind everybody else's business and get rid of it.
Well, that was the response from the young lady. And you know, it's funny. I have my own views about these programs, these social programs, the PAP and whatever, and ways that they need to address these things in. Because on the previous administration, I know for a fact that there was many people on those programs that should not be on there. And people who should get the support was not getting the support. And I hope that is not the case under this administration. And I know there are many people out there, many businesses, small businesses that can use the help. Instead of these monies going directly to these people for sitting at home, not doing anything, why not pay the money into the small businesses to help them pay the salary for these people to come and work with them? You know, I had an experience when I was home in January, where a particular employer told me that there was someone that was working at their establishment from the PEP. They get paid from the PEP. But several days a week, this individual, when they don't call in sick, they're calling in that their boyfriend's sick. I mean, where you really get these things happening? It's not your baby who's sick, your boyfriend's sick, so you have to stay home to take care of your boyfriend because you're getting paid from the government to stay home. You know, a lot of these things that we really have to look into, you know. And I'm gonna run a couple more clips, you know, because, you know, it's too much one-sided things going on in the Federation of St. Kitts Nevis. So since I'm on since I am hearing the situation this evening, I might as well finish it. I have two more clips I want to run. And this other clip here, this one was something that came from Freedom FM Groundings a couple of weeks ago, where two callers calling about what was discussing on Groundings. And again, I've been speaking about this for weeks. I do not know how my boy DBJL feel about it. But if you're going to be having a public broadcast, as a program such as Groundings that I think was doing well, we're gonna have to talk about the things across the board. Not when it's something that's going to affect the NRP you got time to talk about the NRP. But the situation in Nevis with Baby Bantley and this hospital wing and the airport and not giving the opposition the office space to use, and these are stuff. Groundings need to step it up. So my partner JL, not criticizing partner, just giving my views, just as you give yours on your program, I do it on mine. So stand by.
Let me say something to the Terrence Sam Condor. What he has not understood, that prior to the 2022 election, this NRP decided, look, we're not forming an alliance. Whoever want our assistance after the election, when the election is done, then is when we talk. Unlike this Concerned Citizens movement that had already told you one thing, lest you forget that the NRP was being used by the Sinkers Nevis Labour Party prior to 2015. You understand? When Sam Terrence Condor, Dwyer Ascafan, and what the other one their name? Dwyer, Sam Condor, and Timothy Sylvester Harris were putting Douglas under immense amount of pressure. You can't have your cake and eat it. Another thing with this young lady, she seems not to understand that every game has rules and we can play the game according to the rules. How are you going to try to tell me you want to bring the person that J.D. Keynes beat in the role to be elected to run as a candidate, would then you want him to come to be the senator in Parliament, Barclay? It is like hitting J.D. Keynes a slap in the face. It is unacceptable. And what I will say to the young lady, happy returns to bad rummage. Thank you.
It's 8 minutes. It's 8 minutes before the 3 o'clock hour. Let's take some more.
That sounds like a leave alone, Sam. That's a leave alone. All right.
Let's take some more calls. Caller, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon to the panel. Good afternoon, Junior. How are you doing today?
Excellent. How are you?
Sam Kanda, your statement you made before, I think you are very disingenuous. You are saying that Labour reach out to NRP. You are the one who caused us 7 years havoc and think it's Nevis. You, Sam Kanda, because you now find out that PLP, Timothy Harris, is no good for the country, you start reverse. When Douglas was telling you, Sam, don't go. No, NRP don't even have a federal seat. And everything that left, because you all in sync is get a little false story that NRP is with PLP because Dian was doing a project and Janice Daniel is Dian brother, so it must be with PLP. And everybody, you and Douglas Watley, I mean, come on, man. You got, this is a federation. Mark Grantley said openly, Sam Kanda, he brought down Timothy Harris, he brought down, Denzel Douglas. But I could tell you, the way I think is going down is either you are going to bring down, Jew or Jew is going to bring down himself. Mark Grantley has already done the work, sideline Pam, and bring down what he got to do. And trust me, I am disappointed in you as a man who was there, who helped farm PLP, and now trying to put it on NRP like, oh, NRP don't have a federal seat. Stop it.
I don't understand.
And you all were getting news from Nevis.
Guy, what is the point you're making? I don't understand.
Oh, no, you say, Labour was reaching out to you, to NRP.
Yeah, that's a fact.
But Patrice Nisbet was in Parliament and was in the cabinet. And, Joseph Parry said, I am not going to join with no party in Sinkit. I'll work with them. Janice Daniel said the same thing. So that's the point. And Mark Grantley said, I'm working with you. And that with you with Sean. So when you're talking about they reach out to NRP like NRP did something so bad. NRP don't have a federal seat.
What is that?
Well, my boy Carbo really went out there and make things clear. And it's amazing how Dr. Martin, my cousin, and Sam is acting like they don't know what Carbo talking about. Carbo didn't bite it on. Carbo talk straight. Carbo said, you're all beating up and NRP, because Janice said to whoever reached out to her, she's not going to form any alliance prior to the election. Morrishaw had a problem with that, but that's no problem. That was her decision. She's not going to form any alliance until after the election. Let the people of St. Kitts decide who they want to be the government, and she will support. Now, according to the pundits, if you listen to Dr. Martin and Sam and them, NRP commit high treason. Janice Daniel commit high treason. They must not be forgiven. While Baby Brantley campaigned with Pam against the Labour Party and everybody else who was running, and he told Pam he's supporting Sean as the Prime Minister. He bringing down 3 seats from Nevis, and Sean need to win 3 in St. Kitts to form the government. That was their plan. That's what Carbo is saying. But Carbo went a little step further, Sam. So you should be the least to talk. Because in 2013, 2014, when Team Unity was elected in 2015, it was your doing. You, as a deputy in the PLP, Douglas Watley as the chairman of the PLP, along with Dwyer Astafan and co, that went and formed the PLP, where you all had the tri-party coalition between PAM, People's Action Movement led by Sean, PLP led by the former Hag, Timothy, and CCM at the time. Vance Emery was the premier. But who did the Charleston Accord? Who did the paperwork? It was Baby Brantley. So are you all running from the facts? The facts are, you all did your damage to Labour. And Sam, you say yourself, you can't blame your wife for this one. You say when you made your decision, your wife did not even know that you made a decision. You also said that when Douglas trying to reach out to you to try and resolve the matter, you would not take his call. You was home and tell your wife, tell him you're not home. But you all want Douglas and the Labour Party to hug up all you now and accept all you back as good citizens of the Labour Party. But because NRP said, we're going to support whoever has the majority to go in government, I want to kill NRP, and I want to kill Morrishaw for talking the things. But Morrishaw going to talk the things, Morrishaw going to talk the things the way they are, because I find out throughout this whole process, you spoke about you tell us about transactional politics and transactional arrangement, and that is what you're all about. You all are transactional, is where you all can benefit. You all a very nice person at heart. I would not take that away. And I would never stop praising you and Dwyer and Ira and my boy Douglas Watley, my boy Big Lice, my boy Larry Vaughn. I would never stop praising you all for the work you all did in getting rid of the farmer hat, because I couldn't see us live with that administration for another 3 years. But don't come and act like you all are saints. You all do more damage to the Labour Party than NRP. History have shown. The Honorable Sir Kennedy Simmons said it. In 2010, when you all was trying to overthrow Douglas and the Labour Party, when Patrice Nisbet was the lone NRP person in the federal cabinet, you all reached out to Joseph Parry to form an alliance to throw out the Labour Party out of government. And it was Joseph Parry, the leader of NRP, that stood his ground and said, no, he's not into that with all you. He's sticking with the Labour Party, while Labour had a chance to form the government in 2010. Simon said that. I spoke to Parry not too long ago. He confirmed that. But Sam, you said you knew of that problem since 2008. So you knew about that even before, but you still went. And knowing that Timothy was no good, the farmer hag was no good for the federation, for the people, you went and joined with him and bring havoc. You brought havoc to the people of St. Kitts Nevis for 7 years. But you all want to kill Cabo. You all want to kill Janice. You all want to kill the NRP. And I don't know. I might want to kill Morrishaw soon, so I do not know. Because Morrishaw going to talk the things there. Morrishaw now run from the realities. I got me receipts them. Or you need to ease up. Step back. Let's focus on the wrongs that baby Brantley is doing to Nevis. Let's call a spade a spade. Let's fix Nevis. When you all help me fix Nevis, then I could give you all the respect that you all deserve. Until such time, I'm going to keep asking the question. I'm going to continue asking the question. And that leads me into this next clip. I got to give me boy Delhi and Tulu and Carlisle a piece of the action, because they had a good conversation a couple of weeks ago there. And I think I need to give it some legs. Take a listen.
They subsidize electricity to the cost of $109 million a year. So all when people in St. Kitts were they having the fuel surcharge being paid for, the people in Nevis had to be paying the fuel surcharge. And at times the fuel surcharge was higher than the usage.
I wonder if the fuel surcharge in St. Kitts also encompasses businesses.
I don't know. I have to get somebody in St. Kitts. Well, two different people, one from a business and one private, to send me some screenshots of the bills.
Okay.
And let me do a comparison.
It'd be interesting to see that.
We have friends down there. Somebody gonna send us a screenshot.
But getting back to this matter of the opposition, Carlisle, and I think I'll use this as my closing.
You got opposition in the federal parliament? You ain't say that the prime minister and the leader of the opposition like peas in a pot?
And that is the danger. That is the inherent danger. What people don't understand is that when you're the leader of the opposition, it doesn't necessarily mean that you must oppose everything the government does. Your job is to make sure you represent the people on the other side, which is the people like us who have no government to go to make sure that what the government in power is doing is legit, is transparent, is accountable, all that good stuff about good governance. The whole government feet to the fire, just like they did leader deposition did Brantley did when he was a leader opposition when Dr. Douglas was in power. No stone was left unturned, whether it was real or imagined. He went after Douglas with a vengeance. And now we have a whole different thing, where the fox is
in the
hen house and being fed chickens. And I said that with all honesty, that this situation is not healthy for democracy, where it appears that the leader of the opposition is in bed with the sitting government. I would have preferred to know that another party, whether it's PAM or PLP, be given that obligation of being the leader of the opposition. Because it's clear that the Premier has compromised his position as leader of the opposition when it comes to the federal government. They're both benefiting on a personal level, not on a democratic level or institutional level. They're benefiting on a personal level. The Prime Minister gets the assurance that if anything goes south in his cabinet, he has CCM to fall back on. So he's coddling that relationship. He's fertilizing it and irrigating it. What Brantley gets out of it? He gets the assurance that there'll be no investigation, no forensic accounting, no questions about the Alexander Hospital extension, no questions about the $500 million expansion, receipts that he got from the federal government. Nothing that would speak to the discrepancies in the electoral office. No reform of that for any time to come. And of course, the federal government also gets to get control of geothermal, which I spoke about last week. And so they are operating on a personal level where each is getting something out of it, while the people are left wondering, well, what the hell just happened? Where is the tough representation we expect from the leader of the opposition? We have this issue of housing that's rampaging to the Federation. It has very little to do with Nevis.
Nothing to do with Nevis.
But he is the federal leader of the opposition. Nothing to say. Nothing to say. I think he's the only person in St. Kitts and Nevis who has nothing to say when it comes to the NHCS matter. I've been following that matter. It's a troubling matter. We spoke about it on the Target on Saturday for the first time last week. But we have learned so much since. And some of the same questions that are being asked now by political operatives and pundits and whoever else are the same questions we were asking then. If these are smart homes, how come they don't have any assistance? Where are the fridges and stoves going to come from? Who's going to provide the concrete? You know, how smart are these homes really? If they're going to build on government lands, is this a contribution from the government? We all covered all those topics 2 weeks ago, I think it was. And here now comes, you know, people like Dwyer jumping in, and, you know, General Powell jumping in, and other operatives jumping in. And the one person who is obligated to jump in because of his position he holds have nothing to say.
Do not jump in.
But you must admit, Tulu, that this is an untenable situation where the Premier of Nevis, because he wants something for himself, is refusing to hold the federal government to account for fear of ruffling feathers, for fear that that dependency, that umbilical relationship will be severed, and questions will now be asked of the Premier to account for monies, or to threaten that we're going to be looking at the electoral reform. This is not a democratic situation we should be in. This is unnatural. The same energy he had for the SKNLP under Douglas, it's the same energy he should have for the SKNLP under Drew. But we're not seeing that. And the root question must be, why not?
So the thing is, the Premier of Nevis, the Bible speaks about a person being wise as a serpent, as a snake. And this is the Premier. He is wise as a snake. One of the posts that I saw from him recently has to do with his relationship, the relationship between him and the Prime Minister. And he's basically saying that people are questioning the relationship with him and the Prime Minister as if that he and the Prime Minister should not be meeting. This is the same individual, that's why I say he's a snake. When Denzel Douglas was the Prime Minister walking along with Joseph Parry, this is the same man who criticized that relationship. You remember his speech in Charlestown? Denzel Douglas come over to have secret meeting with Joseph Parry. You remember him saying to Denzel Douglas, "You fast. Keep out of Nevis people business. Don't come into our business." You remember him insulting Dr. Harris as Prime Minister? Now, what brought about this turn now that all of a sudden it is okay for him to be meeting with the Prime Minister and having a good relationship with the Prime Minister? But Mr. Parry was not supposed to have a good relationship with the Prime Ministers from St. Kitts. This guy is a snake and he is self-serving, and you're right, Dr. Daly. There's something in there that he is benefiting from, and he's going after the benefit. But people must understand that this guy is interested in himself and nobody else. He must get every privilege that nobody else gets. And so here it is. And I believe what you're saying. Dr. Drew is happy to have him under his wings, because I believe Dr. Drew see him as his lifesaver in a one-seat majority, because I believe in the back of Dr. Joe's mind, if anybody pull a Sam Kanda, like our Sam Kanda pull on Denzel Douglas, it's going to bring down his administration. And so he makes sure that he's looking back up to make sure that anybody pull anything, that he is still there as the Prime Minister. That's the way that I see it. This cozy relationship, Dr. Drew see where he could benefit, Mark want to see where he can benefit, and they're going to work together. It's not in the best interest of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, but what is in their personal best interest.
You know, very interesting conversation there between Brother Tulio and Daly. And it's good to have these conversations and have an open discussion. But you know what's amazing is when you have people who support a particular status quo and they want to tell you, you don't understand or you don't know everything. If you know everything, you will think different. Well, I would like to see the man out there in this world that know everything, understand everything. I know enough about Mark Brantley because I took the time to speak to Mark Brantley, and I got the lies. I do my back checks, my fact checks. So I know the person I'm dealing with. I'm not dealing with someone tell me something about Mark Brantley. I'm not trying to no case where somebody come tell me they hear this and they hear that. Sister Tracy Mason, you know I respect you. You know I love you, right? But just as you might think I don't know everything about what's happening in Nevis, I don't think you know either. You all hear all kind of shushu and you all fall for the bull. The people of NRP is not perfect. Just as I know the people of Labour is not perfect. The people of CCM is not perfect. The people of PLP is not perfect. The people of PAM is not perfect. Every one of us, including myself, have our shortcomings. But the message that's been peddled and the venom that some of your Labour supporters have for the NRP, you all should be thankful that Joseph Parry stood his ground in 2010, otherwise Labour would have fallen a long time. Those are the facts. You all heard Mark Brantley say he put Douglas in the departure house of politics. You all heard when he campaigned about the last election. He campaigning with Pam. Him and Sean is a partner. I was down in, what do you call that place there? Vultures over on the lawn. The week of the election, just before the elections. The same man that tell people to stay out of Nevis politics, stay out of people business. It was after 10 o'clock at night, he was down there on stage preaching, giving his support to Sean as the next Prime Minister. Supporting Pam. Nobody is saying that the Premier and the Prime Minister are not supposed to have a relationship. We are sounding the warning bell that while you're doing your due diligence, Mr. Prime Minister, remember who you're dealing with. Remember, Nevis have the same problems that you all had in St. Kitts. We want them resolved over there. The same problem you all have at your hospital, we have it worse at the Alexandria. The water issue you all have in St. Kitts, we have it worse in Nevis. Mr. Prime Minister, the same way you go to New York and Washington and wherever to meet with nationals in the diaspora and talk to them. We are 2 miles across the waters. We want to talk to you to come over and have a conversation with us. This is what the people are saying. These are the things I'm talking about. I am not going to say the Prime Minister should not communicate with Mark Brantley. I shouldn't take a picture with Mark Brantley. I shouldn't have lunch with Mark Brantley. I shouldn't have dinner. That is his right. We're talking about the things on the surface that we're aware of. The federal funds that was spent in Nevis, according to the farmer Hag, is over 500 million went over there. This hospital wing that was supposed to complete in 2019. It started in 2017, should take 24 months. Federal funds went into that. These are the things we're talking about. If the Prime Minister want to check into a bottle with Mark, it's up to the two of them. But when we're talking about the business of the nation, that's what I'm talking about. These are the things we're talking about. We need to know what's going on with that hospital and everything else. And we want to know when the process will take place to let us know what's going on with that hospital wing. We need to know. Rumor have it that a minister of the NIA is who did the architectural work for that thing. If that is so, we need to know what was your arrangement with the NIA. What were you designing? Why something that should have taken 24 months and complete in 2019, 6 years later, is still in a situation where you do not know where it's going to finish? You heard me play the clip earlier there. Baby Bantu said the project is on a pause again. On a pause till when? Let's deal with the issues, not the personalities. You all can advise me, give me information. If you think I do not know, my number is a US number. WhatsApp me, 917-597-0195. 917-597-0195. When I get information and it's confidential, I leave it as that. When I come here and talk things, it's things that I check for myself. I don't spread propaganda. As a matter of fact, I made a mistake 2 weeks ago. Someone who always give me good info called me and tell me someone passed away. And after I send my sympathies out there, I get a phone call later telling me the person is in the ICU. Another sparrow deal. I apologize for that. But we have to deal with the issues. We have to deal with the issue. The number you put there is a wrong number, Janelle. It's 917-597-0195. 917-597-0195. 0195. Message me anytime, we could talk. I don't have a problem with you. But I want us to understand that the fight that we had in 2020, 2021, 2022 was for democracy, freedom of information. People have a right to talk. Remember, I came out to St. Kitts, I could not even walk with my brethren them on the street. I applied for a little permit to do a little demonstration on the street down there. They deny my permit, telling me some nonsense about numbers. But yet they got the big session over in Molyneux, in an enclosed hall with the same old there, violating their own rules. Violating their own rules. And when I go and talk about it, they tell me I'm spreading. I had me counter. I had me cricket counter, counting the numbers of people in there. And when I challenged them about what they were doing, a week later, they stretch it out, finally give me my okay to march the morning of the march. The morning of the march is when they give me my okay to march. And even up to when that done, when they approved my march, the morning of the march, should be from 3 to 6. At 5 o'clock, they shut me down at West Independence Square because they don't want Dr. Chu to get the opportunity to march with me. They were dirty. Baby Brant and all them was a part of the depression, of the oppression. All of them. It was People's Action Movements led by Pam. The PLP led by the Farmer Hag, and the CCM led by Mark Brantley. All of them, they went into cabinet in a secret session and voted to give their friends them Thousands of dollars for honorarium while people hungry in St. Kitts and Nevis couldn't afford to buy medication and food. Them nasty, dirty people, over $300,000. And you are come telling me now about what? Do not tell me about Baby Brantley. He nasty, he dirty. I know for myself, nobody could tell me about Baby Brantley. There are things I would not say here, but like I tell him before, anytime he want to take me on, he gonna take me on the clock when I finish with him. Because the entire family gonna get touched up. You're gonna be no hose bar. Are you got to hold NRP foot to the fire when NRP screw up? Me not got a problem with it because I will do the same. Or you got to hold Labour foot to the fire when they screw up. Because when the Labour Party screw up and you don't hold the foot to the fire, they're going to get out of hand, and next thing you're out of government again. Is now you have to talk the things them now. No. Don't wait until it's too late. You got to whip them in shape now. Our good up Prime Minister is doing a good job. They're doing a good job so far, but we have to keep things in order. Keep all your eye on Baby Brantley. Keep all your eyes on Baby Brantley. Me not take my eyes off him because I already did my investigation. You understand? He is being the shadow Prime Minister for purpose. The least opportunity he gets to bring down the Labour Party, he will. Because that is his mission. He did it before. He bragged about it. Ask Denzel Douglas. Ask the boss. Ask the former Prime Minister. DLD. What Mark Brantley tell him. You seem to forget, you know. In 2021, 2022, when we're talking about mashing up the Team Unity Alliance, you know. You say you're going to drink all your water and mind all your business till 2025, you know. That's what you say, you know. I put myself on the line to ensure that that was going to happen because I could not see a St. Kitts Nevis under that former administration for another 3 years, you know. That's why I went down to the mission. And I'm going to tell you something. Somebody might want to hear it. When I went down to the mission to stage a demonstration where the patch-up fella was down there with Alva Pemberton and knockabout people in this New York area here. There was an individual, I understand, when they asked them if they're going to support me with my demonstration, they said they're not going to have time with me and that. They got to go walk. Well, that individual is working at the same mission now. Yeah? That individual who didn't have time to go down to the mission to defend the country is working at the same mission now. But me can't tell Dr. Joe who to put in there. Me not have no intention of going in there. Somebody got to do the work. But these are things, just as I think I don't know everything, there's a lot of things I don't know. There's a lot of things I do not know. There's people that come to me and tell me, Dr. Joe was than Timothy Harris. But they're working under a Labour administration now with Dr. Joe as the Prime Minister. What you all think they're going to do to Dr. Joe? If that's the way they feel about Dr. Joe, that he was than Timothy Harris, what do you think that they're doing? Ain't waiting for the right opportunity? Pay attention, people. You pay attention. You know, me and Ivor gonna have a serious problem, you know. I come here for my little 2-hour meet chat this afternoon with Janice, you know. My little 2-hour chat with Janice. Look at what time it is. My computer telling me I gone 3 hours already. Oh my God. You know. My little 2 hours chat turned into what, 4 hours now, Ivor? Man, you got to have a little patience with me, partner. Let me do my little 2-hour thing a week time and just keep, don't get me so hot, man. Once you get me hot, you know that I'm going to rule. So, you know, as a matter of fact, let me see if I can find a track here for me by Adrian Berry. I wonder where he be. I wonder if Adrian Berry around. Let me see if I can find a track here and my boy Chesley Watson and the crew here. Let me see if I could find a little track here and just bring down the temperature and sign off for the night, because you all really get me well up tonight, yeah? Good evening to my boy, the man Twinkie, how you doing? The man Sugars, Wheezy, how Catherine doing? Sister Gloria, everything good with you? Hope all is well with everybody. They're in the Federation of St. Kitts Nevis, you know? As a matter of fact, I think I find a lovely track here for Baby Bantley. I want to tell the PM that this one here, Mr. PM, this one here, do not sorry for them all have. We got to drop the hammer of justice on them. All of them there that do all the wrong and now trying to cozy up underneath you. This track here, and that's a reminder for you, Mr. PM.
Think about the situation of justice in our lands. Well, just conviction should be awarded to every man, can't we understand? That punishment or death to a criminal can't be in vain. For if he's jail for life or they hang him, he would never disturb next man again. Listen to my song. The position, why should you do wrong? There's no man who could ever be wrong and strong. So if a man commits murder, don't sit there and cry. You just hang him high and let my words condense true sense and go and tell my people that if they create more trouble, they would meet their fate. For all people say that when you're sorry for all hog, what would it do but turn around and root down your head? This advice I took from a story which I heard about a man named Bruno. In the whole of his life he wounded and murdered more than 300 people. But the judge was so biased because it was his best friend that he sent him to jail to pen on the key of the island so that he could not be condemned. What a big mistake. But Bruno escaped and swam back to shore. His main intention was to kill one more. So he got the judge that sent him to jail and kill his tail. But why should I hang Bruno high, real high, in order to protect other people and prevent further trouble? But judge found out late, real late, that he was sorry for that old hog. So what he do? He turned around and rode down his gate. A man is caught exploiting the revenue of any island. No police should just want him and set him free because of a high position. No, he should be treated the way they would treat any other man. But the law of constitution was made to govern each and every man that lives on this land, even policeman. Well, the police, they're here to see with the right. This is no time to sit down and no time to take it light. So if a man violates the law, send him by any friend to get his beer shaven. Tell them policemen, even if Daniel is the best friend, to let him remain in the lion's den, let him meet the fate. Don't wait. But when they're sorry for that old hog, what would he do? He'll turn around and go down the gate. Well, the hearts of man is so desperately wicked, and you know it's true. So you can't afford to let sheer sympathy and goodwill just overcome you. No, if a man violates the law, no matter who he may be, he could be pastor, turner, laborer, commissioner, opinion to even be me. You understand clearly. Take down the man and clean off the head. The same way the jailmen are fed. Otherwise, he'll have time to gather more tricks inside his head. Now you clearly know you must go and tell Judge Glasgow. When he gets them, don't let them go. Let them meet their fate. Don't wait. But when he's sorry for them old hogs, what would they do? They'll turn around and root down he gets. Justice should be awarded to every man, whether black, white, rich, or poor.
Well, I guess I'm gonna call it out for the night, because it appears though that me girl, their sister Janelle, she said they're bringing back up Dougie. I wonder if Janelle know that Mark went to Bratcher grave and bring back up Bratcher during the campaign, telling people that Bratcher say he gonna give Nevis people bone in the rice and pepper in the soup. I wonder if Janelle know Mark Brantley, baby Brantley, went back to Papa Bratcher grave for him. I wonder if Janelle really paying attention to what's going on in the Federation. Sister, I got to send you these clips. Give me a shout. I got to send you these clips. Because, understand what Baby Brant is about. Starshield just talk to you, Starshield say, do not sorry for them old hag. Because if you're sorry for them, they're going to root down your gate. Baby Brantley went back to Bratcher grave and bring it up in the campaign not too long ago. And his on the mark program. He said he believe it. Well, Janelle, I got to do this for you, man. This too good for me to do it one time. Janelle, this one for you again.
Situation of justice in our lands. Well, just conviction should be awarded to every man. Can't we understand? That punishment or death to a criminal can't be in vain. For if he is jailed for life or they hang him, he would never disturb next man again. Listen to my song. No deposition, why should you do wrong? There's no man who could ever be wrong and strong. So if a man commits murder, don't sit there and cry. You just hang him high and let my words condense true sense and go and tell my people that if they create more trouble, they would meet their fate. For all people say that when you're sorry for old hog, what would it do but turn around and do down your head? This advice I took from a story which I heard about a man named Bruno. In the whole of his life he wounded and murdered more than 300 people. But the judge was so biased because it was his best friend that he sent him to jail to pen anarchy of the island so that he could not be condemned. What a big mistake. But Bruno escaped and swam back to shore. His main intention was to kill one more. So he got the judge that sent him to jail and kill his tail. But why should I hang Bruno high, real high, in order to protect other people and prevent further trouble? But judge found out late, real late, that he was sorry for that old hog. So what he do? He turned around and rode down again.
Oh yeah! Well,
if a man is caught exploiting the revenue of any island, no police should just want him and set him free because of a high position. No, he should be treated the way they would treat any other man. For the law of constitution was made to govern each and every man that lives on this land, even policeman. While the police are here to see we do right. This is no time to sit down and no time to take it light. So if a man violates the law, send him by the friend to get his beer shaven. Tell them policemen, even if Daniel is the best friend, to let him remain in the lion's den, let him meet the fate. Don't wait, but when they're sorry for that old hog, what would he do? He'll turn around and go down begging. Well, the hearts of man is so desperately wicked, and you know it's true. So you can't afford to let sheer sympathy and goodwill just overcome you. No, if a man violates the law, no matter who he may be, he could be pastor, turner, laborer, commissioner, or premier to keep the peace. You understand clearly. Take down the man and clean off the head. Feed him the same way the jailmen are fed. Otherwise he'll have time to gather more tricks inside his head. Now you clearly know you must go and tell Judge Glasgow. When he gets them, don't let them go. Let them meet their fate. Don't wait. But when he's sorry for them old hogs, what would they do? They'll turn around and go down he gets. Justice should be awarded to every man, whether black, white, rich, or poor.
Yes, man, that's the King Star Shield, justice on the old hog. You know, if some of you only understand the struggles that we went through here in the New York area back in 2021, 2020, you know. My girl, dear sister Lioness Charles, I would always respect her because you know what? Every time I look around, well, we're down at the mission and everything that I was doing to help with the federation of that farmer hog, she was there. Sister Lioness Charles, Joseph Buchanan Glassford, Naomi Ward, Hazel Claxton, you know, you name it. My cousin did passed away, may her soul rest in peace. Sister Olivia Dickinson, her sister, you know, Celine, Tobias, and crew. I mean, name it, they were there. Some people, I know they didn't come there because they wished me well or they supported me. They came to support the Labour Party, and that was fine. I just wanted to see the back of that corrupt regime that we had there. And that corrupt regime, Baby Brantley was a part of it. Baby Brantley said the best prime minister we ever had was Timothy Harris. While he was cussing that Bratcher said whatever about Nevis people. While he cussing Bratcher, he was bigging up Timothy. You know, I wonder if people just stop to think about what this man put us through. You know, this man put us through a lot of things, you know. And like folks were saying earlier, you know, I got to also thank Dwyer and Sam and them. Because guess what? You know, if Dwyer and Sam and them did not give us the opportunity to see the farmer hog in action, we would have been cussing Dougie still and cussing the Labour Party because we wouldn't have nothing to compare them to. But now that we was able to see the other side, the man that wants it now, all of them who had Dougie to kill, even my partner Big Lie, say he would never apologize, no apology. And a big apology he tracked down there and me there some night ago there. I cannot believe it. You know, he apologized to Dougie. They're lucky I can't sing, you know. If I could have sing, boy, I would have jammed some song on them. One spot. But, you know, it's that time of the night where you're not going to have to take my exit, eh? Good night, Sister Faith. How are you doing? Everything good? Want to big up the good folks over there at the Wally. Sister Faith, everything good with you? I want to say again, thanks to Sister Cora Bennett, one of my strong supporters. Keep this program going. Look forward to your continued support. Mr. Ivan Jeffers over there in the UK, how are you doing? My cousin there, brother Jerry Hutchinson. Sister Jennifer, Sylvia, about Clive, Janet, everybody good, the man Jermaine. I want to big up my sister one more time, Sister Esther, Mokish, how about Jade and Jordan? You guys are okay? The man Joseph, the man Remy. How about my girl there in Tortola as well? My girl there, how are you doing? How are you doing? Everything good with you? Sister Brenda, everything good? Sister Marcy, I hope all is well. Rutin Hill, everything good with you? I want to big up my boy there. Brother Thaddeus Deposo, the man Everson Harris, Brother George Nisbet somewhere around the world, the man X-Man Harris, the man Mighty Pat, my cousin there, the man Ken Bernier, Pamela Bernier, JT Taylor, the man Mikey Slack, how about Jeff Pemberton, Patty Bartlett, how you doing? JD Keynes, the man who Hals, everything good? Well, we're going to drop a track here. You guys are going to drop this track. What that mean? We are now running way over time. Compliments of the man Ivor Henry. Keep doing this thing to me. How about my boy Astro? Everything good? You release a big tune for Culturama yet? I hope it's not political bankruptcy you're releasing. You know, I hope you got something else that I could play. Yeah, man. Stand by for the unofficial anthem here of St. Kitts Nevis. The man Aston Williams, Sister Laura Williams, how you doing? The man Dams. The man Carl. Jason Richards, Miss Well.
Would you stand up and see your country dying and never lend a helping hand? Would you see your children's future dwindling, creating much disillusion? Or would we watch on idly, disregarding our self-sufficiency? Maladministration, wrecking all building a brand new nation. We move on together hand in hand. Rise, citizens, arise. The country is yours, all yours, still yours. Can your conscience be clear? Indulging corruption or misusing public office, being accused of unemployment and crimes, or disrupting a citizen's peace. Oh, my country in this harmony, separated politically. Hatred for a brother, cannot love each other. No, I say no, not at all. Citizens, let's unite and stand up for rights, all our lives and our lives. Let us reintegrate and correct all mistakes. Reunification, building a brand new nation. We move on together hand in hand. So rise, citizens, arise. The country is yours, all yours, still yours.
Yes, that's the sound of the man, the King Arrow. Arise, citizens, the country is yours, all yours, still yours. Let's do our best to keep our federation safe, and more so our sister island of St. Kitts of Nevis, Queen City, Nevis. Folks, don't forget we're going to be transferring to YouTube in the not too distant future. Help me to help you. Go to YouTube, find DJ Morrishaw, subscribe, hit that bell so that when I come live, you can get notification. It's very important. I know many of you, you go there and you're watching the programs, but you're not signing up. So please, when you go there, just do your thing and make sure that you can get notification when I come live. So continue to subscribe. Let's make it happen. Let's keep St. Kitts Nevis alive. Let's do our best to help out Nevis. I vow, you and I got talk, man. You're the bad-minded one. You got me going. You have me shutting down the baby Brantley. And I ain't in that with you, you know. I'm not in that with you, Ivor. I'm coming from 6 to 8. I'm signing off at 8 o'clock. I'm not in nothing with baby Brantley. You guys is too bad. So, in the meantime and between time, folks, you have a good night rest. And I look forward to catching up with you next Wednesday, same place, same time. Good evening, Sister Tracy Powell, Tracy Jefferson, hope all is well. I'm out of here.